This is an Andy's Randomness special report. Reporting now, Andy Pollack.
Alright, good afternoon everyone. Andy Pollack live from New York City. Please apologize. I'm not going to be able to get my camera on for a while because of the lighting situation. During the day, if I put my light on in my room, I just feel, well, it's not that cold today. So here in New York City for the last day of May. We are transitioning into June, but as we transition into a new month, our country is still facing a rough, difficult patch. We are seeing numerous protests all over the USA once again. I'm going to try to cover as much as I can. I don't know how humanly possible I could do it, but I'm going to see what I can do. Worst case scenario. But, yeah, all over today in the city we're seeing protests. There's one in Flushing right now at Flushing Meadows Park. There is another one right now still happening in Jamaica, Queens. There are large crowds gathering at Herald Square by Macy's, Broadway and 33rd Street. There is crowds gathering near Broadway Lafayette around Houston Street right now. So it's all over, and Los Angeles is still seeing protests, and last I heard, Austin, Texas was seeing protests. So I'm going to try to catch you up on what's going on. Let's try to make sense of it all, because there's so much we're going to get into today. And again, I'll try to much humanly possible, try to cover it, because I was expecting, unfortunately, more protests today, and circumstance be forewarned, I was correct. So, try to get my Google Maps open, because I have a fake location for San Francisco set up at the moment. So that way I don't have an issue with anything else going on. So, I guess we'll start with showing you some images from Jamaica. So we'll go to Jamaica, Queens, and show you the images that we have seen today so far. And like I said, I'm going to try to make as much sense of it all as possible. I'm not guaranteeing we'll have a complete understanding. And, I wonder the side of both sides of the story, Officer Javan and Mr. Floyd. We don't really have answers. And, we've had these riots now for almost a whole week. And we're still digesting all the images. We're still trying to multitask, figure out where are the people going next. That's how unprecedented this situation has gotten. Bottom line. So, I got this picture earlier from... I'm trying to see if I can get this picture. From a user named LunarLily7 earlier this afternoon, and she had mentioned that there was going to be a protest at Flushing Meadow Park around 4 p.m. So Citizen App is cooperating today, and we'll figure out if we can get any images from there. So I want to catch you up on Jamaica. I should have tweeted this picture out, but I'll tweet it out right now. Hang on for a second. I do apologize. I'm going to tweet out this picture. And you'll see it on my Twitter feed shortly. I just want to make sure I got the right picture. There we go. Protests from Jamaica earlier today via Citizen app. Should I get my source correctly? I want you to take a look at the picture as soon as I'm tweeting it. Along Hillside Avenue. Okay, I am now going to show the picture on the screen right now. I want you all to take a look at the picture. And we'll just quickly take a look at this. So again, as you can see here, this is from a live video I was watching earlier this afternoon along the Citizen app. Large crowd was gathering along Hillside Avenue today. And I know I was originally supposed to have a contributor on the scene today. Due to public safety, we decided it wasn't the best route for Andy Quito to be on the scene. He is our Southeast Queens representative. So, for public safety reasons, we decided not to send him out today. So, I want to quickly mention something disgusting in Glen Oaks before we show you videos from what had happened. And we'll try to get to... I can't get this picture. I do apologize, folks. Circumstance be forewarned. Okay, Laura Uhl, she is an independent news source, sent out this yesterday. Police presence at Glen Oaks reporting riot, more than 30 calls, and this is our source, Andrew Lee, who gave us this information last night. There were drag racing vehicles along Glen Oaks. Several witnesses stated around 100 vehicles zooming around the apartments. So I'm thinking, were they anywhere near North Shore Towers? That's a good question. NYPD confirmed multiple people at the Glen Oaks Shopping Center, which is Country Glen, driving erratically and harassing around the apartments. Several witnesses reported of attempted looting outside the parking lot during 911 calls. More than 10 vehicles were circulating Glen Oaks with people driving erratically. Security by Key Food security cameras reported minor road damages but no injuries. They were claiming that they were protesters. The vehicles sped through Little Neck Parkway from the shopping center inside the apartments to Grand Central Parkway and Cross Island Parkway. Several witnesses reported the NWO song F the Police being played on car speakers, blasting out on Union Turnpike. Reportedly, 2 people were taken into custody. So, I got an idea. Let me check my private Facebook. And, let me put my image back up. That's better. Okay, so I will take a look and see if I can get Laura Earl on here in just a second. Try to see if I can get anything. Let's see what I can find. Update. Protest spotted at Silver Lake Park in Baldwin. 200 protesters marching. Peaceful protest spotted. I'm just going to keep my friends in Long Island posted on private chat right now. Silver Lake Park in Baldwin. 200 have gathered. Okay, the protests in Jamaica so far have been peaceful, but one video suggests that there was almost a riot that happened. So I'm just keeping an eye on anything. Yes, okay. Update from Nassau County earlier today. 500 people, repeat, 500 people gathered along the road from Woodbury Road down to Old Country Road. 500 people were gathering northbound. So they must have started from Old Country and then worked their way towards the ShopRite shopping plaza. I'll give you an idea of it on the map right now to give you an idea of where the route may have ended up. I can pull it up. You know what? Let's look up the Plainview Diner, because that's close to Oyster Bay Road. I will look it up shortly, so just stand by. Do apologize, because the maps are going to take a while to load. We're working with... Yes, protest was spotted earlier at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. From what I heard earlier on the scanner, crowds were gathering at Houston Street by Broadway, and another protest was gathering around the vicinity of 33rd and Broadway, which is where Macy's is. Okay, so it looks like I'm a little bit wrong with my geography of... Right, isn't Menenso Hill Road before... Yeah, right, Menenso Hill is off the LIE. Correct, because Menenso is where... Menenso is where Fairway is. Okay, now I can get you an idea of where the protesters may have ended up. Now I can get you a, now I can get you an accurate idea. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Here we go. So you can see my mouse. I'll try to illustrate. As you can see here, this is where the protesters were gathering around Burger King. And that's Triangle Park. And further down is where Cal the Pizza is. Well, again, if you're in Hicksville or Massapequa, I highly recommend going there. Highly do. Okay. So this is where the protesters were gathering, and they probably went up north on Oyster Bay Road. And what they probably did was they went up here and then went by Woodbury Road where shopping is up here. As you can see, Woodbury Road's right here. You have your ShopRite, and you have Trader Joe's, which is right here. So not that far from everything. Okay, got an update from KTLA in California. This is KTLA Channel 5 in Los Angeles. Large crowd is gathered near Santa Monica. I'm hoping they're not anywhere near the pier, because that would be a cause of concern right now if they are gathering anywhere near Santa Monica Pier. So we'll have to monitor that. I'm assuming California Highway Patrol is approaching the scene right now, because I can show you my fake location. Yeah, see, I put a fake location in San Francisco. It's a purpose one, so that way nobody knows where I actually am, for privacy reasons on Google Maps. Because I finally figured out how to work it. Funny, but that's what you do. Okay, Q30, Q31 bus service was done. So this is not good. Target is considering closing 175 of its stores across 13 states. Alright, so what's the That's where we are right now. We'll try to get an update from Flushing shortly, and we'll also try to see if we can get an update from California, because, again, large crowd has gathered in downtown Santa Monica. Now, in Santa Monica, I will mention this, that you have the downtown area right around Santa Monica Boulevard where you have shopping. I know there's a Vons in the area. And then you walk west, that's the pier. That's where the carnival rides are, stuff like that, the beach. So, I would be concerned with those crowds gathering in Santa Monica, because I would have to assume they're walking on the walkway. There's a little walkway you can go on, and there's exercise equipment, similar to what Coney Island's like. So, I'm assuming the crowd is near those big fancy beach houses you see on Pacific Coast Highway. So quickly want to mention something important in New York, not protest related, but Governor Cuomo tweeted out an hour ago that dentist office in New York State can reopen tomorrow, and DMV offices will reopen. So there will be more details during the briefing. Now, I want to mention I'm not posting today's briefing because it really wasn't a briefing. It was more of a rant by Andrew Cuomo, and I can understand why he wanted to go on TV and rant today under these circumstances. So we're just going to take a look at these videos from earlier. So we'll watch this. I think Pix 11 is going to go live shortly at 5 o'clock. So we may join... No, actually, I forgot. Today's Sunday. Right, Channel 7 should be live at 5 o'clock. So we'll try to join into WABC shortly. Let's just rewatch this video. Okay, so that was, I believe if I am correct, that's the area around Jamaica Avenue, because that's where Cookies is by the Home Depot. Alright, so, let's see if I can get you another video. Yeah, here's another video. Take a look at this one for a quick second.
If you remain in the roadway and refuse to utilize the sidewalk, you will be placed under arrest and charged with disorderly conduct. This is the New York City Police Department. You are unlawfully in the roadway obstructing vehicular traffic. You are ordered to leave the roadway and utilize the available sidewalk. If you do so voluntarily, no charges will be placed against you. If you remain in the roadway and refuse to utilize the sidewalk, you will be placed under arrest and charged with disorderly conduct. This is the New York City.
Alright, so that was a video. Sad to see all those people just gathering, and then they're threatening people, saying, look, you're not on the sidewalk. You know, you're not on the sidewalk, you will be detained. So, that is, scary, and, Mayor de Blasio said, no curfew is scheduled to take place. So Channel 7 is coming on live, so we'll just wait for them to come on shortly.
Guard on standby. We expect additional protests tonight, and we're preparing for such.
left extremists could be behind violence at protest. Good evening, everyone. I'm Sandra Bookman.
And I'm Joe Torres, and we begin with the latest chaos between protesters and police here in New York City. The confrontation between the two sides continued to cause chaos in the streets for a third night.
A disturbing video. This video taken in Brooklyn, an NYPD SUV can be seen mowing down protesters that were crowding around the vehicle.
In Lower Manhattan, Urban Outfitters was damaged by looters who broke in and stole hundreds of dollars of items from the retail store. Eyewitness News reporter Lucy Yang is in Union Square tonight, where another protest has started. Lucy?
Well, Joe, demonstrations continue to mushroom in our area and beyond. I have to tell you, here in Union Square, it is very peaceful right now. But last night, as the sun went down, troubles began.
I don't want it to be you, us. It's all of us here together. For a peaceful protest, you got my support. You got the NYPD support.
Union Square began with an olive branch from the police, received with applause as the appeal for peaceful demonstrations begins another day of outrage.
For us black people, we cannot move on and fix anything, and we cannot forgive what happened to us.
From here, the crowds began their march, taking the spectrum of their message to the streets of New York. Frustrated, angry, trying to find the road to take between peace and violence.
And we respect you, and we respect y'all, but at the same time, it's time for you to start taking accountability of your own people.
Saturday night, too many moments like this. Clashes with police. Cheering as rioters destroyed official vehicles. Demonstrators seeking comfort in milk.
How many times have we burned down our own businesses, our own neighborhoods, and our own communities? Burning down your own struggling businesses. People who are trying to bring back the community never makes sense. It dishonors Mr. Floyd's death.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
On Saturday, 33 police officers were injured, 57 vehicles damaged, and 345 demonstrators arrested. We will be following the situation for you throughout the night. For now, we're live in Union Square. Lucy Yang, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
All right, Lucy, thank you. Right now, the Barclays Center in Brooklyn is the scene of another protest. Here's a live look after hundreds of people started gathering earlier this afternoon. Eyewitness News reporter Jim Dolan is at the scene and will have a live report for us coming up on Eyewitness News at 6 o'clock. Happening tomorrow, 3 people charged in 2 incidents involving torched police vans will make their first appearances in federal court. A photo included in the federal charges filed against 27-year-old Samantha Shader appears to show her throwing the incendiary device at a police van with 4 officers inside the van, all during Friday's protest in Brooklyn. Shader faces several charges, including attempted murder. Her sister faces charges in Brooklyn for resisting arrest and obstruction of governmental administration.
Authorities say they suspect outside agitators are hijacking peaceful protests across the country after days of what has appeared at times to be organized and orchestrated chaos. Law enforcement here in New York City is working to determine who exactly is behind the mayhem. Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson has more.
Unmistakable and disturbing tactics today. Mayor de Blasio and other city leaders calling out what they say are small groups of people who have turned peaceful protests here into heated clashes with police.
People who came to do violence in a systematic, organized fashion. That is a different reality we need to grapple with.
The mayor says the feel of protests at times right now is like nothing he's ever witnessed in a city that has seen its share of civil disobedience. Public advocate Jamani Williams believes how protests are organized should come from those affected by the injustice. He says that's not happening.
Very often we're seeing people who are not from the abused community making a decision to do things and not do things. And that shouldn't be.
Since Friday, police have arrested hundreds of protesters. Roughly 20% of those taken into custody Friday night live outside of the city, including a woman who threw a Molotov cocktail at police in Brooklyn. Saturday, as folks gathered on Staten Island and in Harlem, officials say once again the anarchists showed up.
Both went overwhelmingly well. What we quickly identified, though, was a group within that used the 125th Street peaceful demonstration. I would liken it to hijacking a peaceful demonstration.
Mayor de Blasio promises a full investigation into how police handled some of the protesters. And while he welcomes folks from all over the country, he says he will not tolerate the actions of a few.
We have the evidence. What they said was the purpose of their demonstration, the kind of weapons they brought with them. They were seeking to do violence, and someone seeking to do violence, I don't have any sympathy for.
Kimberly Richardson, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
The White House continues to blame anti-fascist organizers and anarchists for the violence. President Trump today tweeted that the U.S. will designate Antifa as a terrorist organization. And Attorney General William Barr said federal law enforcement actions will be directed at apprehending and charging what he calls the violent radical agitators who have hijacked peaceful protest. But the ACLU says there is no legal authority for designating a domestic organization as a terrorist group, and doing so would raise significant due process and First Amendment concerns.
Looters stormed into Lower Manhattan last night. They destroyed store windows in SoHo and lit fires during another night of violent protests. Eyewitness News reporter Candace McCowan spoke to business owners cleaning up the mess.
What started as mostly peaceful protests, NYPD saying when night fell, the destruction began. Cameras capturing looters inside this Urban Outfitters at 14th and 6th, moments after the windows were shattered.
It's our right to protest. It don't go right. This is what you got to do. We got to stand united.
Yeah, I'm disturbed by both sides of it. Honestly, I think the looting is completely justified. These people have been looted from by this country their entire lives.
The damage was widespread throughout multiple neighborhoods. Apple stores, this Verizon store, and clothing stores, not with just their windows shattered, but the contents inside taken. In the daylight, the graffiti could be seen up and down the street. In some cases, the name George Floyd. In other cases, angry messages directed at police. A night of unrest, leaving those tasked with cleaning up to tackle the mess. In SoHo, this north face is one of many businesses now boarded up. The trail of damage drawing employees into stores who likely hadn't been there in months, as many who live in these neighborhoods take the cleanup into their own hands.
But I don't understand how this equals justice for all the horrible things. Do you? No justice, no peace.
If people aren't going to listen when it's peaceful, then maybe they'll listen when something like this happens, you know?
In Greenwich Village, Candace McCowan, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Protesters attacked and injured a local TV and radio reporter last night as he covered the demonstrations in Flatbush, Brooklyn. Darius Radzius works for 1010 Wins and News 12. He needed 5 stitches to close a gash above his eye. Radzius says he was outside a liquor store filled with looters when he heard someone yell, "Snitch," and an object was thrown at his head. He was knocked to the ground. A protester who he believes is a nurse treated him at the scene. First responders then took him to the hospital. He is back at home tonight recovering.
The violent protest across the nation having the impact on one top retailer. Target announced late last night that 175 of its stores will be closed temporarily. The majority of the closings are in Minnesota and California, with 12 stores shutting down, at least for the moment, here in New York. Employees will be paid for the next 14 days. Target says it has not, rather, said when those stores might reopen. We invite you to stay with Eyewitness News and ABC News for the latest on this break.
All right, so you were just watching coverage from WABC TV in New York City. Of course, my main news channel here in New York, where I get my news, of course. So, as you saw, very reckless what happened. Loud Labs did a video, as you just saw there. It was utter destruction in SoHo, like the police scanner was saying, and I have it on tape. I'm not going to take that stream down from last night because, you can find it yourself and you can hear how bad it was last night. Last night was just completely unacceptable, bottom line. When Target's shutting down stores temporarily, you have stores that were destroyed, and we're still having protests right now, which is very alarming. Very alarming. Okay, we have a video that was shared to us by our superfan, one of our superfans, Cuomo Corruption on Twitter, better known as Advanced Player here on YouTube. So, okay, we have another video. We have 3 videos. Okay, so we'll have to watch them right now. Virginia Governor Ralph Northam declares state of emergency, has activated National Guard. I am fully aware of the protest in Richmond. It was very disturbing what I saw in Richmond last night. That was just... I don't even want to get into that. So, let's go back to my Twitter feed, and we'll try to pull up a couple of videos. And then we'll try to get Citizen App videos of what's going on in Flushing. Okay, here we go. So, I know WPVI in Philadelphia was all over what was going on last night. So I just want to make sure that we're back. Yeah, just making sure. Okay, here we go. Let's watch WPVI, not WPVI. Let's watch this video from Twitter. Oh boy, not good.
Parsons Junior Charlie. This is there's a 50-second marker. They're stealing police cars, pushing police cars. They're stealing all the equipment out of the vehicles. 16 Tom 1, 1614 cars on fire. You need to get more units over there.
Okay, so as you can clearly saw, there is looting and utter chaos going around in Philadelphia. Okay. Philadelphia, another video. Let's try to watch this one.
Shooting smoke bombs currently out of a truck here in West Philadelphia. I'm on 52nd and Hart Street. Cloud just he's shooting directly at the crowd, if you can see him. The police car is there. There's a police car that was on fire. I have to taste a smoke bomb in my mouth right now. And look, we'll see this in a second. There's a police car that has been vandalized. It is on fire. There was a huge crowd that just dispersed. Shooting smoke bombs currently out of a...
Okay, so Philadelphia, the situation there is getting completely out of control right now. We have another video from our superfan. So our superfan, Cuomo Corruption, has been contributing a lot to the broadcast today, so thank you. Okay, let's just take a look at some of the comments, because I know he was just commenting. Put this on pause. Another day of riots again. Every single protest turns violent. Sadly, I have heard what's been going on. Hang on, I got an idea to translate to our viewer from Italy right now. I have a way to do it. I want to make sure that he can understand me. Try to get it on my phone. would say Thursday, right? So if you hear Italian, you're gonna think I'm crazy, but our viewer Soviet Bear, he wants to get a simplification answer of what's been going on. So let's see if I have my volume up. Here we go.
È una situazione molto spaventosa, è così da giovedì.
So in English, that means it's a very scary situation. It has been like this since Thursday. Yeah, Cuomo corruption. I want to mention that if you just joined in late, President Trump has said that they are going to declare Antifa a terrorist group, which I have been wondering this for years. How do they not declare them a terrorist group after all these years? You know, I cannot comprehend that. So Grover's gonna have to help me out here. Grover's not here, then here we go.
It's all about. You understand? Okay, I'll show you one more time. You understand?
I don't.
Now again. Okay, water. And through, around, over. Is near. You have to go all the way back there and then come up over here. Oh, I'm so glad you understand. You don't.
Yep, I don't. Okay, we got a video from Flatbush, Brooklyn. East Flatbush. Oh no. East Flatbush. This is my mom's childhood neighborhood. It's not good. This is where she grew up in the 60s and 70s. Let's take a look at this video. Oh! Fireworks going off in East Flatbush. This is my mom's old childhood neighborhood where she grew up in the 1960s and 70s. My goodness. Please keep sending me anything if you have any details. Keep me posted. Because we may have to go to Philadelphia because that situation is turning very violent in West Philadelphia. I do apologize for that. That's a riot has broken out in Brooklyn. From what this video is showing. All right, there we go. Update from Enriquito. Protesters are now being spotted along Brickenhoff Avenue and Brewer Boulevard in Jamaica. Okay. So, what I'm going to do right now is go on the Citizen app and find out if we can get an update from Flushing. So Citizen app has their own notification. Once again, protesters have gathered at Flushing Meadows Park. Thankfully, in my area, we are not seeing anything, which is a good sign, so. George Floyd, alleged murderer Derek Chauvin, has been placed on suicide watch. Protests right now happening in Saint Albans. Just got an update. Protesters are marching down Brewer Boulevard in Saint Albans right now. So again, very fast-paced situation. And then I'm going to have to go soon. So we may have to listen into the NYPD feed shortly. I do have to take care of a couple things before dinner. So, let's take a look at notifications very quickly. Yes, because I want to be able to look for... That's not it. Here we go. Protesters have gathered at Flushing Meadows Corona Park. This was a scheduled protest that began at 4 o'clock today. Let's take a look and see if we can get any videos from the scene. I'm trying to see if I can get a video for you, but I just can't at the moment. Okay, we are having technical difficulties with Citizen app today, just like we were yesterday. Yep. See if we can download this video. Whoa, this is a big file. Whoa, okay, let's not download that one. That one's going to take a while. Maybe we can play one file and try that method. Because if not, then we're just going to have to forget it. Yep. So nothing at the moment, sadly, I can't get from here. So, not going to help me. Yeah, see, we don't want that file. That video was just too long, as you can see. We're not even going to attempt to play the videos, so let's go to Snapchat and see if we can get on a map. See if we can do that. Snap map. There we go. We will try to get something from Snap map very shortly. Get you an idea. Okay, so we are able to get something from here, but let's see if it'll work. Okay, we got
Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor!
Okay, so only one video was posted. Hang on here, folks. Something happening in Fresh Meadows.
New York City, listen to me. We gotta be fair, too. We have to be very, very fair, and we gotta be very...
Okay, we don't want to go to that. That doesn't help us. Can we maybe go to Plainview and see if we can get video from there? Yes, okay, we might be able to. Just stand by. See if we can get something. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Here we go again. They're back. Oh boy.
I can't breathe!
Okay, so that was from Hicksville earlier today. The Hicksville Plainview area did see protests. So, is there a way we can look to see if there was something earlier from Instagram? Maybe we can look for it. Just to get an idea. That sometimes on Instagram you can look up an area, and if somebody tags it, then they can go that way. Okay, looks like we are seeing something from Baldwin. Can we pull up anything from Baldwin right now? Because there was a large crowd gathering in Baldwin. Okay, we don't want to see that. No, we don't want to see that. Yes, we are seeing more protest videos coming from Brooklyn. So let's take a look at that.
stand up. All right, high five, high five, high five, high five, high five. Simon didn't say high five. All right, Simon says touch your nose. Simon says touch your cheeks. Simon says make a weird face.
I apologize. I thought that was from Jamaica. That doesn't help us. Yes, this is where we want to get the activity.
This is lit. Guybrook Boulevard.
Here we go.
Peaceful protests out here. No justice, no peace. Peaceful protests. The youth, them, they're walking.
So again, round
109 in Merrick, 109 in Merrick. 109 in Merrick. Chicken and beef, $2.
That's why I'm moving my shit.
He's bugging out here. Niggas really protesting.
Just go, guys.
Yeah, they're about to fucking come on Mason their ass.
Black people get this sad sometimes. Like, why y'all arguing? This is the wrong time.
For real.
Alright, so that was from Jamaica earlier today. So the only concern I would wonder was, did anybody film anything in Glen Oaks last night? Because that would be a cause of concern if nothing was filmed in that area. Around here. That's where we want to go. Snow snaps were found. Okay. Thinking somewhere around here. Alright, so nothing was posted. Okay, we're gonna go to Times Square and see if we have any photos. Okay, nothing from here. What about Union Square? Hang on a second, folks. From last night. Okay, so as you can see, protests all over. Hang on a second, folks. We're getting something near Houston Street.
Yeah. You just gotta make sure it says free on there. You know how the word free spells. Just make sure.
Alright, so police activity was spotted near the Williamsburg Bridge. Alright, so protests was spotted along the Williamsburg Bridge. That's the way things look. Area around Canal Street. And then this is where the cause of concern.
Alright, we got another crowd up here marching. Coordinated with this huge crowd. They're merging for the first time. Oh, shooting. New York.
Okay, so again, you can clearly see there was a protest. So, one last thing. Take a look at Prospect Park. Let's look at the area around Glen Oaks.
Yeah, period. Oh, wait, no.
This is Prospect.
Look at screen.
This is from last night. Somebody in this area around Prospect Park posted this.
Yo, some of these are just white people trying to get out here taking their rocks off.
I hope y'all catching this shit on video. It's the white people throwing these shit. Yo!
Yeah, this is from last night. Prospect Park. So we're seeing more protests in Prospect Park today in Brooklyn. Okay, so let's go to Philadelphia very briefly and see if there's a hot spot there, and then we'll go to California, and then I do have to get going shortly. So there's going to be a moment where you will hear the police scanner, and I'm going to have to take care of a couple things. So we're going to go to Philadelphia and then go to Santa Monica.
Is that the statue that people tried to tear down?
Oh, is it? College students out here today.
Texas has declared a state of emergency. All right.
Get some jump around.
On Instagram. Texas has declared a state of emergency. Yeah, so that's the way things are looking in Philadelphia. Okay, so let's just go to Los Angeles very briefly. We will go to California. I will try to zoom out. Go to California. Okay, why did the request time out? We don't want that. No. We want to go to Santa Monica and see if we can get any views from... Yes, okay, Santa Monica is here. Okay, here we go.
Those are the ones that shoot rubber bullets. Look, the
Lion are breaking out.
Yeah, chamber's too big for.
Lion has broken out.
Oh. Into it after Europe.
California right now.
The eye of the storm. Birds are up there.
Oh no, I really hope this is not on the highway right now.
Yeah, they're about to start protesting right here, believe it or not. Look,
Yep.
people are getting out.
Did you give me anxiety? I'm getting anxiety off of this.
GoPro, stop recording.
This stuff fucks with me.
GoPro.
It's a trap. Like you said, it's a trap.
Nah, not this one. I'm gonna skip to the next one.
No offense to anybody being on the beach right now, but please get the hell off the beach right now. If you're in Santa Monica, there are protesters in the area. You need to get out of there right now. If I was in a situation, I would not want to get off of Santa Monica Beach. Get the hell off the beach right now. It is not safe to be anywhere in Santa Monica right now. Bottom line. Where is Eric Garcetti when you need him? Okay, right now nobody's on the area where you go. I don't know why these people are here. There's a protest right now in downtown Santa Monica. See, right here. You have the protesters spreading all over. Protesters are being spotted at beach. Long drop. Hang on, I'm gonna put you on mute. Sorry about that, folks. I have a phone to get to. Just amazing. So, can I get a live feed right now? Can I get a live feed? Can we get a live feed? We'll get to a live feed and we'll watch what's going on in California. Watch live, so we'll try to get a live feed. I'll be right back, folks. I'm getting a phone call. I have to take it. So, let me see. I have the person on mute right now on my phone. So we're just going to try to get KTLA on right now. And if we can't get them, then something is just awfully wrong with us. Bottom line.
You see.
Here's KTLA. So
Again, you're watching
we'll listen
KTLA
in.
5 News. I'm Glenn Walker. Fourth day of protest here in Southern California and around the nation. We are seeing similar scenes like this in just about every major metropolitan area in the United States, from Boston, New York City, Minneapolis, Detroit, Miami, Atlanta, the nation's capital. We've seen protesters outside of the White House being stopped by the U.S. Secret Service. They knocked down barriers outside the White House, but they didn't cross the U.S. Secret Service. That was pretty much as far as they managed to get at the White House. And again, you see all these vehicles on the left side of your screen in Santa Monica. That's what's going on now, and that is a sign, hopefully, that these protesters are finally starting to move out of the area, and this thing will be settled down by 4 o'clock when the curfew starts in Santa Monica. Again, on the other side, the scene which is all too familiar the last couple of days, and that's the looters running into Santa Monica Place. One thing we have not seen in Santa Monica, which is certainly good news, other than the looting, we haven't seen massive property damage and no fires. So as far as that goes, Santa Monica seems to be in pretty good shape, and the police department doing a good job of keeping this under control. This might be some looting here in Santa Monica. You're looking at live images of these people running across the street and into the door of what looks like a store. Can't really tell at this point, but and then running out, and unfortunately some looting may still be going on as people, some of these people start to move out of town. And there again, you see the skirmish line from the Santa Monica Police from a little bit earlier, as they managed to get all these people at this point kind of cornered in at the corner of Colorado and Ocean Avenue, right across from the entrance to the Santa Monica Pier. So the thing is, when they've got them to a place where the protesters really have no place to go except for where the Santa Monica Police tell them to go at this point. So hopefully these people will start dispersing very quickly here. And by the way, we're hearing that unfortunately, at the corner of 4th and Broadway, and I believe that's what we're looking at here on the left side of your screen, that is a Vans shoe store. And unfortunately, it looks like that store is also being looted by a bunch of people at this point. And they're running in there, grabbing whatever they can, and then running out again, probably because of what's going on. Like we've seen a lot of businesses, nobody there to protect it. There's no security. The store owners, store managers, there's not a lot they can do at this point. And frankly, most you can only hope they're insured. And it looks like the police, there's a couple of motorcycle units now moving in, and maybe they'll get this situation under control. I don't know if, well, okay, there was 2, now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 motorcycle officers, probably from the Santa Monica Police Department, coming in here to get this situation under control. And we can only hope that we have, I'm sorry, who do we have on the phone? All right, joining us on the phone now is Lindsay Horbach. She's the mayor of West Hollywood. Mayor, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear. So, any damage in West Hollywood? We saw, it was certainly a lot of reports of what was going on around West Hollywood.
able to peacefully protest in the city. We know that people took advantage of those protesters and that opportunity to create problems and do harm and damage and destruction. And so our sheriff's department did respond to that. Our businesses are cleaning up and assessing the damage today. We know that they wanted to open up, many of them this weekend, with LA County Department of Public Health's announcement. But now, because of everything that's happened, they're assessing the damage and they'll be delaying opening up.
Now, you have an 8 p.m. curfew, correct?
We do.
Okay, 8 p.m. to 5:30. Some of these other cities, like Beverly Hills, which is right next door to you, their curfew's at 4 p.m. as well as Santa Monica. Pretty much, but a lot of towns just 8 o'clock though. Are you comfortable with that, or do you think it should be sooner?
Well, we instituted the curfew last evening at 8 p.m. and we decided that we wanted to keep the curfew in effect on a going forward basis until we rescind it. We are constantly monitoring the situation in and around West Hollywood. I know Sheriff's Department did provide backup to Beverly Hills last evening, and so we're in communication with all of the West Side cities and the cities in the surrounding area. And if anything changes, we will do what we need to do to make sure that residents in our community are safe.
You know, at this point, this trying to go in there and loot. We saw some looting on Rodeo Drive. Right next door to you. Do you think at this point that after today and tonight maybe this ends, or do you think it's going to continue? And what do you think at this point it's going to take to stop it?
Well, I think what is fueling a lot of the anger and a lot of the frustration is generations of police brutality, of deeply rooted racism and discrimination in communities in and around not only Los Angeles, but throughout the country. And so enduring a few days of civil unrest will likely continue if people aren't getting the message. And I know that we're having important conversations in our community in the city of West Hollywood, but those conversations need to lead to action, and I think that's what people are really hoping for right now. That is their message, and I think that's what needs to happen. We're hoping that peaceful protests can continue. It is in the fiber of who we are as the city of West Hollywood. We welcome people coming proportionate rate of police brutality against Black people. These things need to stop, and that's what I hear at the core of the conversation that's happening. And so it's our responsibility to take action.
You know, I've had a conversation where I've actually compared two different places I've lived and worked. One is here in Greater Los Angeles, and the other is New York City. New York City, much more compacted. You know, the Upper East Side and the Upper West Side, you know, goes right up to Harlem, and people of different races there you know, I mean, from South Los Angeles, you can look up and you can see the wealth in front of you, but you don't know those people. It's almost like they're in different bubbles. Do you think that's could be a lot of the problem here in greater Los Angeles area, the fact that there is a disparity in the haves and have-nots, but they don't interact enough because people are living in their bubbles?
There is a disparity between the haves and have-nots, but racism isn't a geography problem. Racism has a lot of other root causes, and we do need to do a better job of listening to the concerns of people who are most at risk and most vulnerable. We are seeing that there are communities of color that don't have access to healthcare, to testing, and so they're contracting COVID and spreading COVID and unable to protect themselves. Meanwhile, they are disproportionately the people who are working on the front lines in essential work that people need to be able to get their groceries, to deliver, and to send mail, to communicate with people. And so we're asking communities of color and Black people in particular to take on roles in our everyday society without offering the help and protection that they need. And I think that's what I hear the community saying. I'm trying to do my part by listening because I think there's a lot that's being said right now, and it's important for us to really hear the message. What we do know is that people are speaking up and speaking out, but we are not creating a safe place for really listen to each other, and people are trying to connect. And when they don't listen, when people aren't being heard, they start to act out. And that's what we're seeing. And so we need to do a better job of listening.
We heard the same things after the riots, after the Rodney King verdicts. We heard the exact same things being saying, the same platitudes, but here we are again. So what can be done to make it different this time?
Well, not enough action was taken since that time. We still see the disproportionate numbers of, as I mentioned, of incarceration, of arrest, and I think we need to have conversations about what is at the cause of that, but then we also need to take action. One of the things that I hear loud and clear is accountability for police officers who killed Black people. And I think what we witnessed in the George Floyd video is murder. For accountability to make sure that people are actually safe when they're calling on law enforcement to protect and serve the community.
Okay, Linda Horvath, the mayor of West Hollywood, we thank you for joining us, and stay safe tonight. Hope your community does not suffer a lot of the damage that we've seen in these other communities. All right, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, back to some live images. You are looking here now on the right side of your screen. I'm told this is in downtown Los Angeles, so things are starting to unfortunately heat up in downtown LA, which has actually suffered the needs to be a little bit better. But again, and on the other side of the screen, well, this is downtown Los Angeles. So things are starting to shift now. We've also getting some information that that was a Nike store at Santa Monica Place Mall. They have completely been destroyed by looters. Also the Van store. So there is some damage in Santa Monica, sort of like we saw. And the best part is, the good news, that there were no fires. And again, the focus now in downtown Los Angeles, you see a Hills also 4 o'clock, by the way. But this is downtown Los Angeles, where the curfew tonight begins at 8 o'clock. And right now we're going to go to Santa Monica, and our Christina Pascucci is joining us now on the telephone. Christina, where are you?
Hey, wow. We're in Santa Monica in second. There's an Equinox there at that corner that's boarded up, and right across the way, there's a Converse store that the front window of it just been smashed and looted, and it is complete mayhem out here right now.
So this is in Santa Monica, where
and they're like prepare for more of the city to be like that. There's nothing that we can do, and the whole glass is shattered. There's been dozens of people jumping in and out of this store, grabbing boxes, getting a bag, jumping in to get more stuff, running down. There's a flash thing that just went off. Traffic is snarled. These are not protesters. These are opportunists. And they're all wearing hoodies, faces covered, jumping in, getting boxes, and someone just came and yelled, "The police are coming, they're down the block," and then people started running. I don't know what's happening, but this is just
there's just too many of them and not enough police.
exactly. And right now I'm looking at 3 officers in riot gear with barricades by 3rd Street Promenade. And they're basically standing there, and what can they do but watch? And this is a stark difference, because I was in the middle of the protest earlier with protesters going up and down Ocean Avenue that were saying, that were marching for in George Floyd's memory and in honor of him. And this is not that. This is chaos. This is not what we saw earlier. These are not the same people.
Yeah, Christina, it's Courtney Friel. I was looking at your Instagram live video. I was watching that, and I saw people get hostile towards you. They were coming up with signs, yelling, "F the police." That seems to be the main phrase we've heard coming out of these protests. And then you said that you put your hand over your heart and say that you understand them. And then move out of the way. That's how it's been going?
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, being in the field in situations like this over the years, you learn when to engage, how to engage, when not to engage, and that in that instance he was enraged and he just wanted an outlet for his anger. And so anything I would have said would have ignited that flame. Put my hand over my heart. I nodded in understanding, so he felt heard. And I backed the F away. This is like, the feelings and emotions here are so high, and it just seems like it's getting more and more tense.
I'm curious as to why you went into the protest. I mean, were you protesting?
Down here, yes, to be a part of the protest. You got breakfast. Some of my friends were down here. The reporter in me wants to cover it. I know, to the dismay of some of my bosses who probably think it's not safe down here. And so we were keeping a safe distance, and we were just headed home thinking that, things would probably get a little crazy later. And then we just heard the smash and saw people looting, heard the flash bang, and it just went from 0 to 60 so fast. And now the cops have arrived. How long? This is 30 minutes after the looting, and you hear the siren, and everyone is running in all directions, holding their shoes.
What is your plan now?
We're getting out of here. I just, we didn't mean to stumble upon this. It shows you how fast the situation can change, how you got to watch your back, and people had the right intent earlier. I think it was really powerful. People were part of a protest. Okay, did you hear that?
Yeah, what was that?
It was some sort of flashbang. I think that the cops, I'm about a block away now, but this is just getting crazier and crazier.
Is your car nearby? Are you able to jump in a car? And
we live in the area. We're on our bikes, so we're just biking out. But I was just going to say, I just want to finish the thought. Earlier, obviously things are changing here fast. Mm-hmm. Earlier, people knelt down in solidarity and silence, and it was so powerful. It was so peaceful. It couldn't be more of a stark contrast to what we're seeing now.
Right. Well, stay safe, and if you see anything else, and can send us some video. But I know you, Christina. I feel like you want to be down there in the middle of the action too. But please be safe.
Yeah, I will. We're gonna get out of here. I just, I do want to tell the stories. I think there are voices that deserve to be heard. But this is just not that. So we're going to get out of here. But thank you guys, and appreciate the coverage. I've been watching, and it's been great. So thank you.
Christina, thanks so much. We're still looking overhead of Santa Monica, but I did want to point out something that's happening down in Huntington Beach, because there was about 500 people protesting at the Huntington Pier there, and that has been deemed an unlawful assembly. That happened around 1 o'clock because there was some verbal arguing. People were blocking traffic. There have been some arrests as well. Okay, and now let's pull it back to Santa Monica. We saw that cop car right there getting items thrown at it and kind of spinning around. Very tense moments to watch this. Glenn, are you still with me? I don't know if Glenn and I have been switching off on our coverage, and then we found a way to be together, but we're not in the same room. Larry Welk, are you up in Sky 5 that you can talk to us?
Larry's not in. We have a couple of chopper shots, Courtney, but okay. No communication with Larry. We'll have Derek Bell probably in about another 15 or 20 minutes.
Okay.
So we're sharing these chopper shots with some other media outlets here in the city.
Right, and I believe we were sharing video on the ground as well, but I was watching Christina Pascucci. She had her Instagram story live, what she was seeing on the streets of Santa Monica, and I told her to call us, and but definitely seems like things are escalating.
Well, things are escalating. That was in Santa Monica where she was, and this is the scene now we're seeing is in downtown Los Angeles, okay. And that little incident there with that black and white unit, that was not good. That's just going to cause more tension, more escalation. And, unfortunately, the curfew in L.A. is not until 8 o'clock tonight. So, I don't know. It's not good. A lot of protesters gathering in different areas. And again, the National Guard is ready to go here in the city of Los Angeles. So, hopefully, things will stay calm other than that little incident we saw just a moment ago. It's just things will change at a moment's notice. And again, as we heard from Christina Pascucci, she's down there in Santa Monica. It looked like everything might be under control. Our last report from Larry Welk. And everybody, all the protesters or the majority of them, they had them, at the intersection of Colorado and Ocean Avenue, right across from the Santa Monica Pier. It looked like the looting at Santa Monica Place from a little bit earlier had ended. The 3rd Street Promenade was being protected, but then we get a call from Christina Pascucci that there is looting going on in Santa Monica and a lot of stores, and there's obviously more looters than law enforcement. So, when you've got 2 police officers standing there and there's 150 to 100 people looting, there's not a lot they can do except stand there and watch because they are clearly outnumbered. And again, the National Guard at this point is only for the city of Los Angeles. Mayor Garcetti yesterday said we didn't think we would need the National Guard. About 3 hours later, he asked the governor for the National Guard to come in, and they showed up last night at about midnight. And it's our understanding now that they are about ready to deploy in downtown Los Angeles as this crowd here continues to gather. A little hard to tell where that is. I think it might be Pershing Square where all of these people are, these protesters are gathered right now. And at this point, it seems to be
Atlantic said with 20 cops, we'll take care of the traffic. Put out 17th Street. 17th Street. Approaching 45 Street. 45 Street, 10-4 inspector. Intel portable. Intel portable. Intel portable central. Proceed. How many protests at the Barclays Center?
All right, be advised, currently I don't have anything right now for the Barclays Center.
Thank you. Here, this is 1,000. 10-5, that number? Please. Chief, we're going to do a Pentagon on here. The last. Just be advised, the group made a right off of Bedford onto Gates Avenue.
10 plus, and now they're at Floyd Gate.
Come on here. McCarthy to Irving. Irving, go. Can you raise the substation, make sure they're aware that they're coming towards the substation and barrier it off? Station's aware. Lieutenant Khan to 17th Chief. Go, 17. I have substation secured. Around 17th Street. Around 17th Street. Go for 7. east on 4th Street, just south of the substation, south. 10-4 inspector, station area 437. Condition. 6-0 condition.
6-0 condition. XL on the 10-5. That last message. Spectrum controls on the air. Not OCO. Something has eyes on the group. The group is now moving westbound Gates Avenue and coming up on the intersection of Early and Park. 10-4, thank you.
Yeah, I got everything. Location. 10-4 with the smack on the air. Back on the air. On the air. Could you take your personnel, Gates and Irving, please? Monitor that craft. 3x3, set 5. Take your teams. Your PM Cobra team, Gates and Irving, please. Just catch up with that crowd that's over there. I'll meet you over there. 10-4, and round. Lieutenant Mack on the air. Lieutenant Mack on the air. All right, Richie, just monitor the group. Nothing else. You want me to go to Gates and Irving, correct? Rich, listen. Rich, we're not engaging. We're just going to monitor the group. 10-4. Looks like the head of the march is on Gates and Vanderbilt. 10-4. Portable. Intel portable. Condition at the Barclays Center. Any protesters? If so, how many?
Be advised it's going to be about 300 protesters at the Barclays Center currently. Aviation 20?
Currently 300. Aviation 20.
Are you able to see about how many protesters are by the Barclays Center right now?
Yeah, right now.
10-4.
79CO.
79CO.
Right, just be advised, we're approaching with the large group. Vanderbilt heading towards Atlantic right now. They're going to be coming westbound towards Barclays as well. It's a group of about 800 people.
All right, so right now they're on Vanderbilt going westbound towards Barclays, about 800 people?
Vanderbilt approaching Atlantic Avenue right now. Only a few blocks out from Barclays. That's your final destination.
10-4.
Yeah, Aviation 20. Good. We have eyes on group in front of the Barclays Center. Right now we're estimating approximately an additional 300 to 400 people.
10-4. All right, so currently right now at the Barclays Center is about 300 to 400 people. And on Vanderbilt going towards Atlantic Avenue is about 800 people.
Thank you. Actually, we're looking at approximately 600 to 800 now at the Barclays Center. There's actually more people moving.
10-4, so 600 to 800 people at the Barclays Center currently, and about 800 on Vanderbilt and Atlantic.
Tonight, CO, headwind. Not going to need traffic stop westbound at this point in time.
Traffic stop where?
Vanderbilt and Atlantic.
10-4.
Group's making it right now, headed towards Barclays. We're a few minutes out.
Lieutenant Raymond 8-1 on the end.
Raymond.
Evan, just have one of your cars stop the westbound traffic.
10-4, been lost. Right?
Yeah, Vanderbilt Atlantic, stop the westbound. IPO start going up.
Aviation 20.
Group at Grand Army Plaza. Looks like we're having about 400 to 600 per person at that location.
400 to 600 at Grand Army Plaza. 10-4.
Portable Central. Repeat that. Grand Army Plaza, how many?
About 400 to 600 at Grand Army Plaza. Alright. 7 RCO. 7 RCO. For the group that's on Atlantic and Vanderbilt, are they still currently orderly?
Just orderly. Approaching Carlton. Still headed towards Barclays, final destination.
10-4. So they are Atlantic and Carlton.
Now.
10-4.
Lieutenant Mack, you read that?
Aviation 20. Aviation 20. For the group that's at Grand Army Plaza, are they orderly at this time?
This time we're orderly.
Grand Army Plaza is orderly.
What do you got to Atlantic Plaza? Okay.
Broadway. It's about 3,000 here. Orderly at this time, but just occasionally we need them. Now, Pagano's on the outside.
It's 3,000 on 4, 3, and 8.
3,000 at the substation of 4. So I just want the mobile field forces set up on 4, 3, and 6. Another one on 4, 3, and 8. And another one on 4, 6, and Broadway. No emergency.
Yeah, still not on it. I'm currently stationed at 4, 5, and 6.
Pagan's on. Yes, sir.
Portable Central.
Intel Portable.
Anything by the Barclays Center and Flatbush. Where are the protesters? Are they on Flatbush? Are they on Atlantic or both?
Atlantic approaching South Oxford.
Yes, that's Aviation 20. We have the group that's in front of Barclays. It looks like Flatbush and Atlantic Avenue. 10-4, thank you.
Yeah, Hillary's 84. Barclays, 79TL approaching South Portland, 84 Barclays.
10-4.
Intel Portable, is the group orderly at Flatbush and Atlantic by the Barclays?
Affirmative.
Thank you.
Units, check your videos. Open carrier, please. Units, monitor your radios, please. Open carrier.
Chief Campbell on the air. Brooklyn North, Chief Campbell on the air. Lieutenant Mack on the air. On the air. Rich, what's your location? We're en route. We're a few blocks out. All right, Rich, this group has entered the Barclays right now. They're all orderly. So just vicinity out. We'll be in the vicinity of Atlantic. 10-4, Rich, thank you. 79 CO to Chief on the air. Yeah, Chief Campbell's on the air. Go ahead. Stand up. Yeah, call on the cell phone. Call on the cell phone.
So that group that's at the Grand Army Plaza, West Street, are they coming down?
South side of Grand Army Plaza.
10-4.
Be advised, a couple of hundred are coming down Atlantic now. They're going to go on to the plaza in front of the Barclays Center.
Atlantic and what?
Avenue on Atlantic. They're going to go on to the plaza in front of Barclays Center.
Don't worry. Yeah, don't worry. I went around my lock on the gate.
Unit checking radios, open carrier.
Protesters coming down from Atlantic Avenue from the north at the tail end of South Alfred. Inspector Pagan, 17th Street. T-shirt on the air. Pagan, 17th Street on the air. Yeah. Yes, you already. 17th Street on the air. Roger, we speak for coffee on the air. On the air. The group is stepping off to heading southbound on Broadway from 42nd. Red. Protesters coming down Atlantic Avenue just past South Portland. Close to the Barclays Center. Coffee on the air. Chief for coffee on the air. On the air. Went west on 42nd. They changed direction. Right direction, I got him. We got it, 17th Street, go. On 7th Avenue, Brooklyn, 402. Inspection, inspection. Main Street Inspector, but guy, can you repeat? Crossing 400 Street on 7th. Sample Inspector.
Aviation 20. Can you you see about how many people is currently at the Barclays?
Right.
10-4.
Testers are in the middle of Atlantic Avenue between 4th Street and Flatbush Avenue, blocking traffic at this moment.
Alright, I am back. I might try to put the camera on, so let's see if I can...
I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, the lighting is still not cooperating at the moment, but maybe if I try this, then maybe it might help. Okay, here I am. The lighting is a little bit cooperative. Alright, so I'm back. Just keeping an eye on everything. We were watching a little bit of New York. I'm gonna tend to keep New York on because I'm gonna make dinner soon, and there's gonna be a point where I'll have to end the stream because I have another personal phone call I have to get to tonight. So.
10-4, thank you.
Chief McCarthy, Inspector Timothy. Inspector Timothy. Brendan, is the rear of the march out of Times Square?
Getting out right now. It's at 4, 2, and 7. Crossing over.
Alright, now they're saying crowd is gathering at Times Square. Can I take a look at the Times Square feed?
Chief McCarthy. Be advised, the end of the march is just exiting Times Square right now.
Crowd has dispersed at Times Square. Yeah, since this pandemic started, Disney store got boarded up by 1545 Broadway.
Street. We're stopping on 37 south, 37 and 7. 37 and 7, 10-4.
I really hope this is not,
I'll continue on to 36 Street.
Yes.
Aviation 20.
Aviation 19, momentarily on station, and they'll be 10-1 from here.
10-4, thank you.
Secretary Chief McCarthy. Stand by, back up march at 41st Street. 10-4.
Checking to see if I got my extender back, because I may have to disconnect and reconnect very quickly. Alright, good. So, it is, be right back. There we go. It just has to reconnect. There we go, we're back. So I'll just continue to keep talking. Why is Yonkers trending? Looks like we have protests spotted in Yonkers. So Westchester County is seeing protests. Let's take a look at this. Let me get rid of my camera so you all can see it. This appears to be the Sawmill River Parkway in Westchester County. So let's take a look at this video.
That's right, so this history. It's history, yeah. That's right. So this history. It's history, yeah.
I can't make out where this is.
It's history,
But
yeah.
maybe if I can load it up on my phone, I can get you the exit where the protesters were blocking on the sawmill, because I know that area very well of the Sawmill Parkway. Try to pull it up very briefly. Yes, that's not Yonkers. Yep, look at this. We are seeing protest in Yonkers. So Westchester County is seeing protests right now. Wow.
No peace.
Here.
No peace.
Here.
No peace.
Here.
Seeing Yonkers representing Turn Up for Black Lives, representing the 16th District, Congressional District 16. It's great to be out here in Yonkers. Great to see this response. 40 South Broadway. If you could come out here, come on out, 40 South Broadway.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
It's great to be out here right.
So this is the account that was tweeting earlier. Yes, so this happened right by the Cross County Parkway.
That's right. So this history. It's history, yeah. That's right. So this history. It's history, yeah.
Yep. Run around this area. Trying to get you a look of it. Show you what this area would be over here. So you have Yonkers over here. Then you have the Bronx River Parkway. And over there would be the Sprain Brook, if we can find it. Yes, that's the Sprain Brook run around here. Okay. This is where the protesters were gathering in Westchester. Right here at Yonkers Gateway. Now, Matt is trying to tell us something. We're going to have her come on. Matt, see what you have to say. This looks like Chicago.
Detroit service in Chicago is going to be suspended in about a half hour at 6:30 at the request of public safety officials. You're good.
So the Chicago Transportation Authority is going to pretty much shut down service. How funny is this? There's a diner right by the right by the casino. How funny is that?
And of course, this is 6:30 local time.
That's 7:30 Eastern, correct. Gonna launch the pop-out chat. See if that might Donna, what I was just showing was the Sawmill Parkway by the Cross County. I'll give you an idea of where this area is. So this is where the protesters were gathering. There were large crowds in Yonkers. So Yonkers was being highlighted just now. So yeah, the situation in hang on a second, folks. So can we look up Atlantic and Flatbush? Get an idea of what's going on, because that would help us. Looks like there is a crowd still gathering at Flatbush and Atlantic. Yeah, here we go. There is a crowd gathering at the Barclays Center right now, as we were just listening in onto the scanner. So I'll try to keep this as a window. Keep this as a window in the meantime, that way I can do that. Yes, okay, that's perfect. Get you an idea. Hang on, folks, I'm getting a phone call. Yep. Yeah, Philadelphia, I just got a notification from WPVI.
17th Street to Manhattan Scooters on the air.
Hang
Are
on.
you guys engaged at this time?
Hello?
Off right now, securing it.
That's very odd. I'm getting a phone call from my mom, and I want to talk to
We're at the
her.
south,
but-
securing it for now.
Ah. Yeah, Donna, that area, I want to quickly mention, I'll show it on the map. Oh, hang on.
Check your radios, open carrier.
Hello? Yeah, can you hear me? Okay. It's my mom. I gotta come down for dinner shortly. But I wanted to show Donna the the area I was just talking about. We can pull it up. That would be great. Yes, okay, there we go. So Donna, that's the cross county. That is the sawmill. And if you go over here, and I know this for a fact, that is the cross county goes to, right, over here. Right over here is where you have the shopping plaza, the cross county? Yeah, it's called cross county, like I figured. And then cross county goes all the way to the New York Thruway. Actually, no, it doesn't. My bad. What highway am I thinking of that cuts north in Terrytown? I know where it is. I'm just curious. Yeah, it's called the Cross Westchester. Yeah, see? It's called the Cross Westchester Expressway, because we never, we would take the Sprain Brook up to the, up there. Yeah, right over here. But hard to imagine you would think the crowd from the sawmill would have went right on Yonkers Avenue, then right here on Neprin Avenue, and then went into North Broadway, because that's where Burger King is.
790. At this point in time, we're just going to need somebody to block up westbound traffic in South Portland on Atlantic. Have them divert them off there.
Alright, so this situation in Brooklyn's getting very restless right now, so I have to go eat dinner. So I'm going to leave the camera on right now. Can we leave the camera on? Yeah, you're seeing it live camera right now. Atlantic Avenue and Fort Greene Place. Large crowd has gathered. So I'm going to go eat dinner. You can listen to the scan. Talk amongst yourselves in the chat. No, Old Man Rourke. I don't know if the protesters went anywhere near the Thruway. I don't think they did. They were only in the area of the Sawmill and the Cross County Parkway. That's where they only were. Because I know a lot about Westchester, so that's why I had to show the map. So I will be right back. Hopefully in about 20 to 25 minutes I'll be back. And hopefully by then this crowd will disperse. Because is the crowd dispersing right now or no? I can't tell if they are dispersing. So I'll be back.
Alright, just be advised, it looks like a large group's going to be stepping off eastbound on Atlantic at this point in time. I'll advise how many in a moment. 10-4, copy. Alright, not there now. Eastbound on Atlantic, we're in Barclays right now. I'm sorry, 10-5 that? Very large group breaking off from Barclays, going to be heading eastbound on Atlantic Avenue. Alright, large group breaking off. Oh, eastbound on Atlantic, 10-4. What's your sergeant unit? Forgot 17. Go, Inspector. 447 D Street, so continue south on 7. Do we have anybody over at Union Square Park just in case they're going back over there? CIO, this is Captain Nyers on the air. Captain Nyers on the air. Captain Nyers on the air. Oh, yeah. Are you in place for this group heading into the park? Have your personnel in at the north end of the park as the group enters into Union Square Park. 10-4, go now. Charlie on the air. Sandu. Sandu Red. No, you stay on the south end. Got it.
The conference of the 105 level at the time has been called in regards to confirmed mail shot. Mobilization point is 180 Street, 142 Road. 180 Street and 142 Road. That one at the time in regards to confirmed mail shot. SRG Operations Central. SRG Operations, guys. Which one was that? This is going to be the conference of the 105. SRG is not responding, Central. That's one copy on that, thank you.
Got you on the air. On the air, go. Eddie, that group, there's a group leaving, I guess, northbound on the Lansdowne now. Just take the Cobra team with you and follow them up. Okay. Lieutenant Matt on the air. Red, 10-4, we're going to follow them. Eastbound on Atlanta. Let's try to get in front of them, alright? 10-5? Let's try to get in front of them. Try to be ahead of them.
Central, that group is approaching South Oxford Street now, and the next street to cut them off would be Cumberland.
The leader of the group is already there. It's going to have to be later than that. Already on here. On here, go. Yeah, send tail on the rails, go on. Okay. On here. Police SRG bikes on here. Go ahead. Captain Ramos, SRG bikes. Here with careful. We're down to 17th Street. We'll stop on 16th and stuff. Group just crossed over Cumberland Street, proceeding eastbound.
Do you know how big that group is? Is that Lieutenant?
Yeah, be advised. We got about 200-300 people coming down eastbound on Lansing Avenue approaching Carlton.
That's right, eastbound on Lansing where?
Eastbound on Lansing coming up on Carlton right now.
Alright, eastbound on coming up on Carlton, copy.
They just approached Carlton and Atlantic.
10-4. Carlton and Atlantic.
Continue southbound 7, push 15th Street.
Check your radios, please. Open carrier, check your radios. There is an open carrier, check your radios. 1913 hours, check your radios.
Aviation's on the air.
Check your radios, please. There is an open carrier. Check your radios.
Yes, yeah. What?
Check your radios, please. Open carrier. Check your radios.
Field 402. We're not trying to get in the front. We're going to go parallel and try to get in front.
Better be advised, I'm in front of the group now.
That's what?
We have a location on that group heading south Manhattan. Forgot it's on the PC. 17 Street. We're continuing south on 7, just cross 14th Street, cross 13.
10-4, Inspector. Eric, how many do you have with that group? The second Pagano on the air?
On the air.
Eric, how many in that group?
Several hundred. It broke off into 2 pieces before, so I'm not sure behind us.
Got it, thanks, sir.
GI noted. 5 to 12.
I think it's still heading eastbound, approaching Vanderbilt at this time.
Aviation, I think, can you advise how big is this group now?
Captain Taylor, SG on the air. On the air. Yeah, Joe, just stay parallel with this group. See if you can parallel this group. I'm behind them right now. Seems to be orderly. All right, that's 4. We're on Lafayette, about 2 blocks up to the north, and we're parallel. And what is the report? Central Aviation 19.
19, go ahead.
Yeah, essentially, you have the whole block of Atlantic pretty much full from to Barclays down to Vanderbilt at this time with people.
I sense so both sides of Atlantic is shut down, or just one side?
They have both sides shut down at this time.
That's what happened.
Operations Central.
Proceed operations.
What does aviation say as far as crowd size?
Aviation 19, can you advise the crowd size?
The Barclays, you're probably talking about maybe 2,000 to 3,000.
That's what operations copying that to the 3,000.
Be advised where the front of the crowd is.
About that, people.
Southbound on Atlantic right now.
I'm sorry, South Portland and Atlantic?
Essentially, they're approaching Underhill Avenue at this time.
That's why approaching Underhill at this time. Copy. service is called for.
Staff still got. South Portland. Stand by.
Precinct level 170 from missing not found. 434942 level 170.
Deal, hold up here.
Anyone advise the front of the mark? Grand Avenue at this time. Captain Taylor, SOG on the X. Right. Formal block up. I have a no rat if needed.
Stand by.
It appears the group's going to be turning southbound on Grand. 9CO group heading southbound on Grand from Atlantic right now.
That's what's southbound on Grand, copy.
We got a 17th Street. 17th Street, stand by. It will continue on 7th Avenue South, crossing West 4th. It turns to the right.
Operations Central.
Operations proceed.
Has the 7-7 annex been notified of the turn of the group onto Grand?
All right. You said you're notified the 7-7 Hannah in regards, or you need me to do that?
You raise them up on the air if they're on the air.
Yeah, annex on the air.
Special victims portable, go ahead.
Central, we read 7-7 annex, right?
10-4 copy, thank you.
Dean Street at this time on Grant.
Approaching Dean Street from Grand 10-4.
They're turning west.
10-4, turning westbound onto Dean Street.
Westbound on Dean. Group turns westbound on Dean at this time. Further into the 7-7 or making the right turn going down towards the 7-8? Towards the 7-8. Sergeant.
I'm sorry, which precinct, Sergeant? Check your radios, please. Open carrier. Check your radios, please. Open carrier. Tell her which precinct, Sergeant, had a message?
6th Precinct, Sergeant.
6th Precinct, Sergeant, go ahead.
9 for details. I got a large 4 to 600 on 7. Christopher Street.
All right, 7th Avenue South and Christopher, about 4 to 600, copy.
Details 9 to the Central.
This is Robley. He's 19 years old. Check your radios. Check your radios. 19:45 hours. Check your radios. All right, do I have any units out at 7th Avenue South and Christopher? We have 4 to 600 at this time at that location.
Central, be advised we have a detail out with them.
Yeah.
Central, anybody got eyes on the group that just came up with something supposedly on Dean Street? At this time, still. What is it? Westbound? You said 10-5 on South Dean. Captain JRSRG on the end. Joe, do me a favor. Just break away. Just go up in the vicinity by the 783. For a mobile field force, up to head towards the 783.
Check your radios. 1926, check your radios.
Man, Captain Sandu. Now on Dean Street. You got air mail?
Street, copy.
Captain Sandu. Central, where's that air mail?
Dean in Washington. Oh, Dean in Washington at the time. Dean in Washington.
The bike sergeant, Brooke.
Check your radios, please. 1927 hours. Check your radios.
Captain Sandu on the air. Captain Sandu on the air. 46 personnel you have with that group.
Units, check your radios. No one's going to get hurt. Check your radios, please.
The group still proceeding westbound past on the hill. PIO here, Captain Sandu, night precinct on the air. Captain Sandu on the air. Go ahead, Inspector.
Check your radios, please. Open carrier.
Inspector, I'm telling you.
Check your radios, please. All units monitor your radio. You know, going over here, check your radio. Check your radios. There's a conversation going over there. Check your radios, please. Units out with Dean in Washington with airmail. Are you guys okay? With the airmail. Are you guys okay? Is he in it? 10-4.
OCD portable, Taro.
OCD portable Taro, guys.
OCD portable, Taro. Do you raise Taro for me?
That's about Taro on the air. Taro portable on the air.
Taro CO's on the air. You got a drone up over by Barclays? No drones flying. All right, we got one up over by McDonald's. Central Aviation, can they advise how high that drone is?
Portable, can you advise how high that drone is?
Level right now.
Aviation, copy that?
Red Central, you just advised the ICP that the end of the march right now is at Claremont and Atlantic.
Claremont and Atlantic, end of the march, copy.
That's our GTHV on the air. On the air. Send 1 reserve field force to the 7-8. 10-4. Smith to 17th Street. 17's on.
Advise that group from Columbus Circle just stepped off. They're marching eastbound on Central Park, going 6th and 7th Avenue, I'm sorry.
Eastbound on Central Park South, towards 7th, 10-4.
9 GL, please.
9 Field, go ahead.
Group is going to be hit. Bill, third mentions in the crowd, Eastern Parkway.
9 Field, 10-5, you got cut off.
Group turned southbound on Vanderbilt from Dean, heard mentions in the crowd of Eastern Parkway, the destination.
Alright, 10-4, copy.
Park group.
Hop out of the van, have someone secure the vehicles, and we'll be on foot at the Southern Station now.
SRE2 back charge on the air. Lieutenant McCory on the air. Field force, mobile field force 211 on the air.
On the air, 211 on the air.
Alright, Lou, take your personnel and go to the 7-8 precinct.
10-4, right there, Rick.
Thank you. Let me know when you're 84 there. Open southbound, Lieutenant Central.
I'm sorry, proceed with the lieutenant.
Central, can you raise the Lieutenant Mobile Field Force 210? Please raise him on the air.
Mobile Force 210, lieutenant on the air? Mobile Force 2, lieutenant 210 on the air?
The group is turning westbound on St. Mark's.
Alright, westbound on St. Mark's, copy.
Joe, we're going to call you right now.
To the side. Captain Smith to 17th.
17.
Steve Isaac's group is now going southbound on 7th Avenue on the west side of 7th Avenue. From Columbus Circle and Central Park South. Hey, can you ascertain the group on 7th Avenue and the VO? No, only at this time.
7th Avenue South, just south of Martin Street.
10-4, how many?
about a 5, 6, maybe 7 block.
4, thank you, rest.
If aviation can do a flyover, see if they got a better number.
I think they're engaged in,
Dump off.
going to 17th Street.
On the edge.
Be advised, we're at like 3,000 going south on 7th Avenue, past Point.
Yeah, going on here.
On the air, go.
Yeah, what's it there?
10-5, that.
Keep your resources at the 7-8.
Chief.
The second one.
Captain Taylor, you ready?
Copy that. Getting out west 70 now. Down the block.
Group is approaching Carlton Avenue, westbound on St. Mark's.
Westbound St. Mark's, approaching Carlton, copy.
Chief, just 10-5 Avenue on Wynn Street. 7th Avenue and Carmine. And, can we get...
First, we'll notify Port Authority as well.
10-4.
Essential 10-5 West, we're going to the battery.
There's a group headed down 7th Avenue South. They just wanted the battery to be notified about traffic coming through the tunnel.
Notified.
10-4, thank you very much, CBTA.
Thank you very much. 17th Street to Captain Smith.
Captain Smith, standing by.
Sorry, Captain, disregard.
All right, folks, I'm back.
Mobile Field Force 104.
I said a half hour at the most. So, I'm getting numerous reports that Philadelphia is seeing anarchy right now. Just complete anarchy in the city of Philadelphia.
10-4.
So, we're going to figure out how to get something from Philadelphia in just a second. Okay, Jamaica's been peaceful. Thank you, Andy.
Part of that area, and they don't want to see this destruction happening. So it's just been really difficult to watch all of this. Obviously, all those looters going in, grabbing that, and a lot of them too, like we saw, having cars just full of them going there, dropping off some of the folks who run inside through a broken window. They're just kicking out the glass. They're going through the doors.
Look at this. Philadelphia.
As of right now, they're just at the intersection. They haven't moved either direction at this time.
Probably because of what happened in Minneapolis, you would think that they'd want to go to a Target store.
Across to the 17th Street. On the edge. Yeah, Eric, you might get to some field forces to block off the entrance to the Holland Tunnel.
Why are they saying to block off the entrance to the Holland Tunnel? Is there protesters going near that area right now?
Flatbush from St. Mark's. Port Authority might also to secure their own. Expect to be carrying everywhere, please. On the inspector. Can we get... And the broken bridge, put them up. Inspector down to Inspector Sheeran. On the Jimmy, did you read that? Can you send one field force ready wants to go to Brooklyn Bridge. Can we put them up? After Brooklyn Bridge, can we sleep it? You know, up on target. 10-5.
Yep, there goes the crowd.
ICP on the air.
What you said?
Record. Mobile 17th Street, Field Force 107, Lieutenant Seidel on the air. Blue, take your personnel, please move them down to the vicinity. That's Bergen. That's Bergen and Flatbush. They're going to probably need additional units over there. Actually, there's a little bit of airmail.
Alright, airmail's going to be at Flatbush and St. Mark?
85, Bergen and Flatbush.
Bergen and Flatbush, 10-4, airmail.
Gotcha, it's Bergen and Atlanta. Alright, crowd is moving forward.
Okay, Bergen Atlantic with the airmail. And arrest at that location, correct?
Bergen Atlantic phone phone.
Okay, we're gonna have to lower it to from 4080p. So that might make it load it faster.
Sergeant, get all these vehicles off of Flatbush Avenue.
Radios, open carrier, 21 hours, check your radios.
Captain Smith on here. The deal, we're going to need those vans that you just left. Careful.
Stop for speed.
So why are they closing down the Holland Tunnel? Is there a large crowd gathering in that area? That is a good question.
Both, Jerry. 10-4. How's, right now, all I have 3,000 with me on 710. This time.
Unit. Central.
Spectre, you'll go to 17th Street.
17th Street, standing by.
Be advised, the group from Columbus Circle is about 25 to 30. They're approaching Duffy Square about this time.
10-4, 17th Street, back.
Yeah, Hillary, on you.
How and tunnel.
You got Hillary's on you to go. Okay, just directly on the other side of Flatbush and Bolton. We're out of vehicles and standing by.
1 beach plus 1.
Yep, so there you have it. Target store in Winfield section of Philadelphia was looted tonight.
Outside 702, Flatbush.
I'm gonna Google this Target and look it up.
Alright, 10-4.
17th Street Red, Mobile Field Force 104, thank you.
So this is where the Target was looted. And the very alarming thing regarding this, and I'll try to show you this. This is right by where WPVI Studios is in Philadelphia. Yep. This was the Target that was just looted. And right across the street is WPVI. So I certainly hope that WPVI obviously sent their helicopter and realized this was right across the street from them. This is the ABC affiliate of Philadelphia, as you can see here. There's Channel 6. WPVI. Right off the Schuylkill Expressway. There's the Schuylkill River, which if you are familiar with Philadelphia, you would know that's right around Broad Street. Yeah, see? Right around there. So, is there a crowd gathering at the Lincoln Tunnel? Yeah, Old Man Rourke. I noticed that in the video. There were New Jersey plates. I noticed that. Yeah. That is, again, very alarming. Say the least. And I still got my fake location of San Francisco. Ugh. Imagine if I didn't. I'd be in big trouble. Anybody let me know if any targets in New York are getting looted, because I'm getting very concerned. I'd hope not that we would have a situation in New York Yeah, Philadelphia is just completely utter chaos. Okay, we have a video from one of our colleagues, Jason Anthony, who was in Brooklyn and showed us a video. Can we go to that video right now? This was earlier from the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. Okay, we're gonna get an answer to why the Holland Tunnel was closed, because I want to get an answer on that. Let's try to get on 1010 Wins and get an idea of why the Holland Tunnel is closed, because I can check Twitter just to quickly get an answer. Hang on a second, folks. I'm just trying to load up 1010 Wins. Get an answer on why the Holland Tunnel is closed.
State another accident there too. Here's what we see on Long Island's. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. The George Washington Bridge is a mess. It's been a long time since we've seen it like this. There are two accidents. One is on the upper level under the apartments. The other one's on the lower level, and it's blocking the center lane. 30 minutes inbound on the upper, 20 on the lower. Outbound's 10 to 15. Lincoln and Holland are 10 minutes in both directions for each of them. Here's what we see on Long Island's Big Three. Westbound LIE before...
Okay, 1010 Wins is saying the Holland Tunnel
The
is
warmer air for the rest of the week jumps into the middle 80s Wednesday. A little bit of sunshine, but we could also see a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon, and then just partly sunny and warm Thursday and Friday. 65 in Central Park right now, under a partly cloudy sky, going down to 51 in Midtown. I'm meteorologist Dave Bowers on New York's weather station, 1010 Wins.
Yeah, it's 68 degrees in Newark.
All right, we'll try to get a camera of anywhere near the Lincoln Tunnel, right? Well, not the Lincoln, excuse me, the Holland Tunnel. Try to see if we can make anything there.
Atlantic and Evans, is they need additional units at that location? Go ahead. Units in Evans, got airmail 100 for chase. Alright, getting airmail at Atlantic and Evans, airmail 100, copy.
Okay, looks like there's traffic gathering near the Holland Tunnel right now heading into New Jersey. Let's go back to our colleague's video.
injury at that location.
Alright, so Saint Anthony with video footage of what happened tonight at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York.
Ahead of the march.
Somebody wants to get promoted. You got a drone over Flatbush and Burger Street. Flatbush and Burger Street, right behind you at your 6 o'clock. Is that one of us, or is that, it's not terrorists? I don't think so. We would have known about it.
Flatbush and Bergen?
That's, Atlantic and Bergen? Flatbush and Bergen. Flatbush and Bergen. Alright, we're looking. Not far road.
Here we go, Bergen Street. Yep. Look at this. Crowd is gathering Flatbush Avenue and 6th Avenue right now. Crowd has gathered. They just put barricades up. You gotta be kidding me. I just got a notification that ABC is preempting regular programming. Folks, I am mad right now because there's a program I was looking forward to watching on ABC tonight at 9 o'clock. Yep, ABC is just preempted. But anyhow, look at this. Large crowd has gathered in Brooklyn once again. Flatbush Avenue by Bergen. Alright, Jason, so you are saying a helicopter is flying over your area. We may be able to get Jason to join us if possible. If he's able to contact me right now, he has my personal contact information. We'll try to get him on the air, if possible.
790-10-5 again, you're cut off.
Because he is in Brooklyn, and he is...
Silverhorn and Bond at this time?
Yes, okay.
West on Silverhorn from Bond, copy.
NBC News is just preempted, so...
Yeah, that drone is landing on Atlantic Avenue. There's an individual that picked it up in a red sweatshirt, black shorts, and sandals.
Alright, 10-4. So the drone landed at 620 Atlantic Avenue on the roof. A male with a red sweatshirt, black shorts, and sandals picked it up, correct?
Did I hear that correctly? Somebody is on the roof of a building at 620 Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn right now. Let's try to get that on if we can. There we go. 620 Atlantic Avenue.
And that way it doesn't go back up in the air.
Copy, 10-4.
Folks, I hope this is not correct. But is somebody on top of the Barclays Center right now? 620 Atlantic Avenue sounds like the Barclays Center. This is just the address I looked up. 620 Atlantic Avenue. You just heard it on the scanner. Man on top of building. Trying to get the address. I think if I'm correct, let me make sure. Yep, you heard it correctly. Somebody has climbed on top of the Barclays Center. This is verified information. You just heard it on the police scanner.
No.
Alright, so Jason Anthony's going live shortly. I think CBS could interrupt any minute now, because tonight's Sunday. CBS normally airs a movie on Sunday night.
Copy, thank you.
Hi, Cuomo Corruption. Yes, Jason, correct. 620 Atlantic Avenue is the Barclays Center.
78XO over Division is arriving. There's a group headed to...
Jason, I'm going to tell you this right now. You and I know downtown Brooklyn very well. That is very alarming to hear somebody climbing up on top of the Barclays Center. That is very alarming. And we know this for a fact a couple hours ago. Target then announced that they were going to close the Target store, which I've been in that Target before. It's about 2 or 3 floors. Okay. ABC has gone back to regular programming. Thank goodness, because I have a show at 9 o'clock I'm looking forward to on ABC tonight. Okay, NBC has interrupted. Channel 4 has interrupted. Interesting. Lester Holt is live right now on NBC. Kudos. All right, is CBS interrupting? Okay, CBS is airing their movie, because remember, tonight's Sunday, so they air movies on Sunday night. This is crazy. NBC interrupting the Titan games right now. That's what they're interrupting. Like I said, yes, Jason. Yes, Jason. If you just joined in late, I was showing the Target store in Philadelphia getting looted, and the crazy thing about that Target store was, across the street is WPVI Studios. That's ABC 6 for Philadelphia. So I was showing everybody that video earlier to WPVI. Okay, you were watching it. Good, okay. Yeah, because I have what I'm able to do right now is I can talk close to the mic. I have my TV on right now. I'm monitoring NBC right now, and they're showing San Francisco. So I'm going to try to get NBC on the computer. Yeah, Jason, CBS is not. CBS is not. I can't understand why CBS can't preempt their Sunday night movie to cover this. Can somebody explain me that right now? Because I do not understand it. Really don't. There we go. Excellent connection. Even though I can't get a crappy camera to load. So, you tell me what's wrong, and I'll tell you what's wrong. There we go. Camera. Yep, I hear it. I hear the humming noise. Good. Yep, the crowd is still gathering right now in Brooklyn. Take care of something, folks, to apologize. Yep, I'm still seeing a crowd gather, but I can't make out if the man is on the roof or not. Somebody was claiming man was on top of roof at the Barclays Center on the scanner, but that might have been a report that might not be true or is true. I would certainly hope not would be the case. Spanish media is not even covering it tonight. Thank goodness you are only looking at the camera right now, because I'm seeing a very, very vulgar tweet to Univision. Yep. I'm going to read a tweet right now. I'm going to try to bleep it out. And I quote, "Four-letter word Univision and Telemundo for only showing the violence and making it seem like protesters are wrong. This is why most Latino, Hispanic parents are so close-minded and brainwashed. Make sure you educate your parents, correct them. It is not okay." End quote. From J.K. Curls. John Miller, deputy commissioner, said the analysis was made 700 arrests so far. So there you have it. So nothing on the scanner right now, which is alarming because we're seeing this large crowd gather in the vicinity of Flatbush and 6th. Yeah. Okay. Donna, if you just missed what had happened, the scanner was saying somebody climbed on top of the Barclays Center. Which, not good. Not good. Try to get NBC's feed on right now. You know what? Let me go on NBC News now. That's a better idea. We can go on NBC News now, and hopefully they're on YouTube. 'Cause normally they would be on under these circumstances. Whoa, folks! I gotta show you this video from WCCO in Minnesota. You're gonna take a look at this.
And here's
the video we're gonna take a look at very shortly. Let's take a look if I can load it up. We're gonna watch a video now from WCCO in Minneapolis. I'm trying to pull it up. There we go. May warn you, this may be disturbing.
And And here's that video, Jennifer.
And
oh my gosh, the speed at which that that truck approached, and even some of the brave people attempting to slow it down. And then look at how quickly they tried to get close to stop him or stop the driver.
And how do you stop? You know, that's a vehicle there, a sizable vehicle going there right in the middle of the interstate. Jeff, that came up. We didn't see that initially. First time we're seeing that truck go that fast, not slowly crawling or anything like that, but going pretty fast into that crowd and then coming to a stop. But you're seeing kind of that mob of people then really gathering tightly together. Oh, here it is again.
And the length, the distance it takes to slow down a vehicle like that, not knowing the weight of the load it's carrying, we're talking potentially hundreds of feet.
Right.
And there are thousands of people out there.
Yeah, Jeff, and then after that, we were seeing from our different vantage point, the cab door being opened and closed and opened and closed, so unsure of where that driver is, looking like people clearly were upset that semi came down the interstate where they had been peacefully protesting. I mean, it's just parting the ways as you see it just go right there. Clearly a dangerous situation that unfolded right there, right before.
Oh, because that does not, where we see the truck right now in this video from a few minutes ago, does not look like where it stopped in that MnDOT camera picture. It appears maybe the truck might have moved further. And then you mentioned, Jennifer, the cab door opened. We saw what appeared to be a crowd or mob of sorts around that person, their arms flailing. We're not sure what they were doing or how they were interacting with that driver potentially. But I'm sure feelings of fright and anger for someone to come through what was a peaceful protest at that moment. David, you're still on the ground. We see a formation of officers. Give us an update.
That was very disturbing to see that.
Norman, can you hear us?
We can hear you, yes.
Tell us what's going on where you are and who you're with.
This is University. Right now, I'm just with a group of people who are at the on-ramp chanting right now, "I can't breathe." They are responding to the officers who came on. They've been throwing tear gas out here at some of the people walking through here. Very peacefully, I might add. They started the day with the mission of doing this peacefully. They didn't want any of this. So to see this trucker come through here the way it did is upset a lot of people. We saw quite a few people having poured milk, water on their faces to try to wash away this chemical agent that is, quite frankly, an irritant to them. But right now, sir, were you out? What happened?
Apparently there was a tank that had ran over like 2 protesters, and a bunch of guys pulled them out the tank, and then everybody started running pretty much.
They ran them over?
No, everybody started running, and then the cops came, and then they like almost ran over a person. They started macing people that were just running off the freeway to get away from the guy at the tank.
Okay. And the big question on this is, of course, these highways were supposed to have been closed. The question, obviously, that we're trying to figure out is, how did this tanker get on the highway? So that's the biggest question that we have right now, guys. I mean, to understand that how a peaceful protest gets interrupted in this way, it's almost inexplicable.
I imagine there's some.
That's where we are right now.
I imagine there's some confusion in how this has developed from, as you know, you were there also near US Bank Stadium at one point for part of your assignment today, so you know what this was supposed to be like, and here we are, and it's taken quite the turn, not only because of that tanker, but because of the impact of law enforcement showing up, and we know how people who have been protesting feel about law enforcement, especially when they intervene with these situations. You've been standing there kind of getting a sense and a feel for the crowd. Beyond talking to just that gentleman in the orange, what else have you been hearing as people started to just try to, I'm sure, explain to each other what they've witnessed?
What I've been hearing, some of the explanations I had walking up were that people were saying they are deploying this chemical agent against children. I mean, people are carrying their kids around here because they want them to understand what is going on in the world, and they're upset because their kids are also being exposed to this chemical agent. That's the other thing, Jeff. Again, we spoke to the organizers this morning. They wanted this to be an image of peace. They wanted this to show the community and the world at large that when they protest, when people protest and assemble peaceably for this sort of thing, there is absolutely no intent to see what just happened to happen. It's just not. It's not what was wanted.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing. I know you've been reporting out in the evenings. Things have, for the most part, when it comes to these organized rallies, remain peaceful. That's their mission, nothing more than spreading the message of lifting up George Floyd's name, lifting up their concerns about systemic issues involving police and persons of color. That was their purpose today. It remains their purpose right now, but with it comes confusion, some fright over what occurred, and then again anger back towards the police as this protest had come to a quick, scary end in ways that I don't think anybody expected, including law enforcement.
And I think that is, Jeff, you hit the nail on the head. These things seem to be coming out of nowhere. I mean, again, inexplicable. How does this tanker get onto a highway that's supposed to have been closed and come this close to causing so much damage? That is, again, another one of these situations that people are just so confused about, so upset about. I mean, a peaceful demonstration to be interrupted this way, Jeff, as you said it. I mean, it is upsetting. It's an emotional situation here.
And give us a sense of where you're standing again, because we know David was in the northeast area near the southbound lanes. Where are you right now relative to the bridge?
Both sides of the bridge,
Right, so we're actually quite near that. We're at the on-ramp to the southbound lanes of 535W on University Avenue. So very close to that. We drove across.
Just wondering, why am I having an issue buffering this video from WCCO right now? There we go. We're loading it.
Further down that way, like we had seen people coming across the Stone Arch Bridge. We had seen the law enforcement cars on the bridge there, and now people are starting to disperse because it sounds like the cops are on their way this way. So we're going to move ourselves just to be careful. But as you can see, Jeff, people are beginning to back away.
Okay, Norma, we'll let you get to safety and continue.
Okay, crowd is gathering near Manhattan Bridge, it sounds like.
Continue to find out more information on your end. We're going
traffic. Go ahead, Lieutenant. About 50 roving motorcycle cars going southbound 7th Avenue.
There they are on this bridge, picking really identifiable spots.
Yeah, we are now on the bridge and people are slowing down. I think in a moment when people start to settle, I'm probably just going to stop talking and allow you guys to watch if you'd like to see this moment of silence that's going to be happening. I can, while we're waiting for that to happen, give you a little idea of some of the more interesting things.
Alright, so that was the video earlier of what had happened. And there was a video of protesters going over a bridge in Minneapolis.
Levi, show me going over to the Manhattan Bridge. You have a mobile field force going over there? I do. I have mobile field force 20784 at this time.
Crowd is gathering near Manhattan Bridge. We don't know where are they gathering.
Center to THC at Irving Place.
Irving Place. Sounds like Brooklyn.
North 9th Avenue. 17 right, thank you, Captain.
Hang on, I just want to watch this brief coronavirus update.
Right now, though, we want to talk about the road to recovery from coronavirus, which is going much more smoothly now here in New York. Late this afternoon, Governor Cuomo announcing that dentists across the entire state can reopen tomorrow. Safety and social distancing, of course, will be enforced. Sadly, though, 56 more people have now died from the virus in the state of New York. That number is the lowest since March 24th. Hospitalizations, ICU, case numbers, all of those are down across the state. And those lower numbers, good news for New York City, which is on track to start phase 1 of reopening. That's next Monday, a week from tomorrow, June 8th.
Upper and lower, though, was the last check we had.
Security official at the White House on Friday as this was all going down, because I had noticed a much heightened threat level. In fact, Tom, if you can imagine, I walked from the...
Okay, good. So ABC has not interrupted regular programming. Good. Last thing I need is for press your luck to get interrupted. Please.
17th Street to Captain Smith's Mobile Field Force 104 on the air.
On the air.
Captain, can you just have your people ready? You may have to turn them north with that group that Captain Sanders is following west toward 9th Avenue at this time. Just stand by with us.
10-4.
Thank you. Captain Sanders to THC at Irving. Go ahead, Captain.
Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. I hear the scanner. That's the last thing I need, to not hear the scanner. That would be bad. And it's...
Captain Sanders to THC at Irving.
We're back. Sorry about
They made
that.
a right on 10th Avenue and 40th Street. All right, Tempo, we're going north on 10th Avenue at this time. 10-4, Central. Are they in the street or on the sidewalk? 17 to Captain Sandu. They turn around and went on West Side Highway. Irving Place, they are all on West Side Highway.
Governor of Minnesota is speaking.
They're all on the highway. West Side Highway.
So the group's on the highway and the West Street.
I need additional units over here. That's 700 people over here.
So you're at 14th and the West Street or 11th Street?
14th Street and West Street. 700 people are gathering in that area.
Right, and they turn around and then they're all on the highway, you know.
Alright, good news is Flatbush Avenue and 6th traffic is moving again. And it's good news.
14th and the West Side Highway.
Police knocked down a door and Breonna Taylor tragically lost her life in her own home, who was an emergency technician. Here in Georgia, Brother Aubrey was just jogging in a... Where is the humanity of a police officer? We are far better than this, but we're not showing...
Yes, Manhattan Bridge crowd is gathering.
I'm 84 Manhattan Bridge.
I do apologize, I just want to go the other. See if I can pull it up. Yes, so this does look like a crowd is gathered in the area of the Manhattan Bridge, from what NBC News is showing.
West side of 40.
Should be west side of 14.
Yep. Field Force 104 is on the way. Captain Sandu to THC Irving, please. On the air, Captain. 17's on the air, Captain.
Still folks, 2 blocks out.
10-4, Captain, can you just 85? Let me know when you're 84, please. Captain Sandu to THC. 17 is on the air, Captain.
They are moving up on westbound, northbound, on West Side Highway. They're blocking the north side of the traffic. They're going against the traffic. Central over here.
Developing protest spotted at 14th Street and West Street right now.
17th Street to SRG. SRG's on the 84 in Manhattan. We need legal and tower over here. Hey, Central, just advise the group from Foley Square is moving south towards the bridge. Manhattan side, Brooklyn Bridge.
Manhattan's rich crowd is gathering.
The group from Brooklyn can be seen. Captain, you need a wagon over there? 10-4. Move. I need legal and tower over here. Captain.
Charles, you on the air?
17th Street, ICP.
50th Street and West Side Highway. Going northbound and southbound traffic lanes.
10-4, northbound and the southbound lanes. SRG on the air? SRG's on the air. Do you have any units that can go over to the west side in 14th Street, 15th Street?
Mobile Field Force 104 is 84.
17th Street, ICP on the air. On the air. Are you going over here? 10-5? Are you up one? I'm 84 Manhattan. Counterterrorism Chief Central.
Counterterrorism Chief, Kenny.
92. Give me the air for a second. That large group from Foley Square is on the walkway heading Brooklyn bound on the Brooklyn Bridge.
That's for Foley Square group is headed Brooklyn bound on the Brooklyn Bridge. Is this going to be on the pathway or the roadway?
Right now it's on the walkway. We hope around it looks all right, but I don't know.
Crowd is now gathered towards the Brooklyn Bridge right now.
Let me know what's going on there, please. Try to get an update.
Across the city, including Washington, D.C. Craig Melvin is there in an area that has remained largely peaceful since we've been talking to you, Craig.
Watch the roof of the distillery.
And that's still the case, Lester. I can tell you. In fact, I'll step out and show you police officers, protesters here.
17 to Captain Sandu. Captain Sandu. 10-5, your location on the West Side Highway, please.
All right. 16th and West Side Highway going northbound. On southbound lanes.
SRG. It's 16th Street northbound. Do we have any LRADs that can go up there?
The upper level of the Manhattan Bridge. Okay, Jason, but now I'm hearing Brooklyn Bridge is seeing crowds gather.
It's at least 2,000 to 3,000. West.
2,000 to 3,000. That's
Way heading Brooklyn bound on the Brooklyn Bridge. Just make sure Brooklyn's prepared for them.
Are
they in the walkway? They're on the walkway, but as you know, they can jump over at any time, but it looks like they're complying. 10-4, thanks. South ICP, any inspector? 13th Street, ICP on the air. Inspector. Can you look at that, the answer, they need additional on the West Side Highway at 16th Street. That's a 10-4, They're blocking the whole Westside Highway. Southbound traffic, they're walking northbound. The crowd is just grown to about 500, 600. 17th Street, the traffic operations.
So I'm not seeing anything on my cameras
Traffic
for the
operations
Brooklyn
on the
Bridge right now. I will look for something.
17th Street to SRG. Go ahead. Inspector Tower. Inspector, do you have any to the west side? We have all resources tied up in the 70 right now. The bridge. Mobile response 204 is on the west side highway on 17th to 18th Street. Yeah, 7-4. Central, can we get an approximation how many people are on the Brooklyn Bridge at this time? Without aviation, I'm guessing 3,000. If aviation's up, they might have a better perspective. Aviation, 19 on the end? We're ahead right now to Brooklyn Bridge. We're estimating approximately between 2,000 and upwards of almost 3,000. All right, 10-4. Be advised, we only have we have one mobile field force. You know, here, I'll let you know when they come over. We might need more heads. John on the air? Yeah, on the air, Chief. John, it's Philly. We're coming with walking down the park now. Except for a row. They're not here yet, but they're approaching right now. But it's like I said, we only have one field force. We're blocking the bridge. What out? They're on the roadway. They're jumping off the walkway. First corner of the span, jumping in the roadway.
Protesters are jumping in the middle of the roadway right now.
They had the Brooklyn bound on the Brooklyn bound traffic?
They're not going counterflow. They're going but I believe they're probably going to try to shut it down.
10-4, A4 Bridge Lieutenant states there's a large detail set up at that location, Kid.
But we need arrest teams on this side, the Park Row entrance to the bridge.
Yeah, they're gonna have to shut people down trying to go on the bridge by City Hall Park right now.
Step back. They're already on the roadway, step back.
All units, just be careful, airmail on the Brooklyn Bridge. Again, airmail on the Brooklyn Bridge.
Trying to get a view heading into Brooklyn, but I can't seem to get a camera right now.
Up that low roadway. Be advised, there's nobody on the low roadway. Right on West 20th Street and Atlantic Avenue. Now they're going eastbound on Street.
Now headed eastbound on where? 20 Street, Kid?
Step on the location, which street? 20th Street. Going, they're going on a 10th Avenue.
That's 30 Street onto 10 Avenue, Kid?
2 roads.
20 Street onto 10.
And 10th Avenue, Central.
20110, 20110, that's a 4. Eastbound 20110.
Yeah, can we get a unit to shut down the FDR to the Brooklyn Bridge? Because we're mixing vehicles and protesters.
Alright, need a unit for FDR to shut down Brooklyn.
17th Street, they're getting on the highway. 17 to Inspector Timoney. Timoney, do you need legal at your location, sir? Confirm that? Do you need legal with you?
I can't get any camera.
10-4, we're
showing.
letting them know right now. Captain Santos to Harvey, please. On the air, Captain. And there's a crowd of 1,000 going eastbound on 20th Street. Do you copy? On 4, 10 precincts has been notified. Chief O'Connell, Central.
Alright, I got a view of the Brooklyn Bridge right now. This is the most appropriate I can get. And I'm not seeing any traffic. I might see a couple pedestrians coming afar back.
Southbound FDO heading onto the
Yeah, here's the camera. We'll try to pull it up here.
Regular vehicles with the protesters. It's going to get a little trouble over here. If you can we shut it down? Can the highway shut it down? Traffic operations. Highway Lieutenant. Find the location the closure is needed. Traffic operations. Go. Traffic up.
Yes, Central, on the Brooklyn Bridge, you now have upwards of 100 to 200 plus people that are now on the roadway going towards Brooklyn.
Manhattan South operations on the end. Go from Manhattan South. EMP by Highway 111 and the EMC is established to shut the Brooklyn Bridge at the FDR. Alright, 10-4, County First Inspector Red.
Red direct, we need both southbound and northbound shut down.
Alright, 10-4, traffic red.
Update. Looks like they are going to shut down the Brooklyn Bridge in any moment.
Lieutenant Red, I got units responding. 4, thank you, Highway.
You know, I'm just going to turn off my ceiling fan because it is getting very cold in my room.
15 to Captain Sandu. 2. We're still eastbound. Street. Yes, they're going eastbound on 20th Street. And the West Side Highway is open again. That go both ways. Alright, 10-4, whatever you are closest to right now. 10th, they cross 10th, they're going into 9th Avenue. Alright, 10-4, 20th and 9th, 10-4.
Mobile responses 20th and 10th.
10-4. CCO on the air. Center to THP driving place. On the air, Captain. Can you notify the 10 that they're coming their way? It's been done. The 10th precinct box is shut down.
Mobile responses on 20 between 10 and 11.
Mobile field force 204. On the air, 204?
204 is on the air.
204, can you reposition to 40?
Wings EMS 894 to City 11. 204, repeat that last message.
204, can you reposition to fortify the 10th precinct?
Head EMS with a message.
Central, stand by with that. 204 red.
204 red, we're going to secure the command.
10-4, thank you. Yeah. You can go with EMS now.
That's a 4. EMS with a message. EMS, you had a message for Citywide? Time now 2046 hours, WIS 565, Citywide 1.
1013, location is going to be 66-26 Booth Street, between 66th Ave and 67th Ave in Queens. It's going to be unit 46 Frank. Again, they're at 66-26 Booth Street, in front of that location between 66th Ave and 67th Ave in Queens. It's going to be EMS 1013.
810.
That's a 4. 1013 is going to be 626 Booth, 66 Ave to 67 Ave. Oh, you're going to give me a quick second.
Developing, we may have a situation in Flushing that might not be protest
related. A couple hundred people now blocking part of the roadway. A few people look like to climb up onto the ledge of the bridge. One individual that may have had hairspray or some sort of incendiary device looks like he was blowing flames.
All lanes of the Manhattan Bridge right now are shut down. Thank you, Jason.
Field Force 106 at the Brooklyn Bridge now.
Okay. On the walkway or on the roadway? David, started. Two DH, please. They started on the walkway and then they jumped onto the roadway. Captain Sandu. On the air, Captain. Southbound.
Yep.
They're going northbound on 9th Avenue. They're going northbound on 9th Avenue. 10-4, northbound on 9th Avenue from 20th Street.
I see people walking on top of the bridge.
10-4 Central.
Yep.
121. From 9.
They are holding up traffic. On the Manhattan Bridge right now.
Lieutenant out of Mobile Field 204 was securing the 10th precinct. 2 DH Irving, please. 17's on the air. Alright, be advised. They just made a left on West 21st Street, going westbound again. Alright, 10-4, we're westbound on 21st Street. South Central, West 21st Street, heading westbound again. 17 right.
To 4, West 21 Street, headed westbound.
17 to Mobile Field Force 204. 204, just hang out at the 10 just in case they circle back. I see pick. On the air, Inspector. I see come on. Inspector Deputy on the 17 feet on the air, Chief. Can we get a mobile field force in Broadway or some of the mobile to march with us? The group is going west on. So if we can get mobiles over to Canal and Broadway. Temple Chief, you said Canal and Broadway? Canal and Broadway, Chief? Yes, affirmative. Alright, 10-4, 17th Street to Field Force 303. Lieutenant Cornier on the air. Central. Mobile Field Force 303 on the air.
On the air.
Yep. Move your personnel to Canal and Broadway, please. Second. Barrier,
Captain Boston. 5. On the listen, over. The crowd just been. On. You're coming over with status 10-5. Unit, you're not coming over. Unit, check your radio. Unit, check your radio for open carry. Unit, please check your radios real quick. Unit, check your radios, please. Check your radios for open carrier. Units on Citywide 1, check your radio. Units on Citywide 1, check your radio for open carry. Units on Citywide 1, check your radios, please.
Central, can you please get electronic?
10-4.
Got this, Andrew, to THV, Derby. Go ahead, Captain. Yup. Speed. Northbound. Stand by, Captain.
Center here, direct to Captain Sandu.
Captain Sandu.
Station on that group.
I'm following the group, 10th Avenue. Going northbound on 10th Avenue. At 23rd Street right now.
Thank you.
That's going to be 10th Avenue, northbound on 23 here.
17 red.
Roger, we hang on the air. Good transport. On the air. Can you meet me over at Canal and like Broadway? All right, to help escort this group.
Oh, coming over. Broadway Canal. Difficulty, be advised, we have a mobile field force heading in that direction also. Response 4.
2 response 4.
90 Frank 1, 96 call, thank you for the back.
You can give me the 3 jobs in response 1, 2, and the 2 jobs in response 3. Yeah.
Response 4.
We have people, approximately another 1,000 to 2,000 people on the Manhattan Bridge going Manhattan bound. You have people both on the walkway as well as the roadway.
Second wave Manhattan on the Manhattan Bridge, roadway and wave 4.
On the upper and lower level going Manhattan bound on the Manhattan Bridge. Louis to Captain Sandu on the air. Captain Sandu on the air. On your location? 26 going towards 8th Avenue. Forward, thank you. Chief McCarthy, 17th Street. On the air, Chief. Yeah, be advised to go north on 6th Avenue.
your orderlies this time. Instead of the West Side Highway, have that mobile field force go to 6th Avenue and Houston.
10-4, 6th Avenue and Houston. 303 on the air. 303 on the air. All right, 6th Avenue and Houston, please. Move your field force over there. Central. Central, do we have any other aircraft up in the air right now that can go over by 26th Street? They're getting airmail over there.
20 respondents, 26, and what's the cost?
It was 26, they're on approach to 8th Avenue.
Yeah, we'll be there in 2 minutes or less.
All right, 10-4. Mobile field force 104 in the air. Captain Smith, 104 in the air.
Captain Smith, 104 in the air.
Captain, be advised, we have aviation coming over your way, okay?
10-4. Captain Smith.
On the air, Inspector.
Captain Smith from Field Force 104. Do we have any of your people out of the car? There is nobody walking with this group of protesters.
Captain Sandu to PhD Delving Place. On the air, Captain.
They just made a left, going northbound on 8th Avenue.
All right, 10-4, northbound on 8th Avenue. Mobile field force 302. Captain Birchwood on the air.
On the air.
Captain, are you with this group as well?
No, we have the base of Brooklyn Bridge.
Inspector making delivery. On the air, Inspector.
Levi, come in the back of this group. Can we get somebody in the... Inspector.
10-5, Captain. Captain, 10-5.
Canal and Green, we need more units to get an airmail. Canal and Green.
Canal and Green getting airmail. Canal and Green.
10-4, 303 on the air.
On the air.
303, move down a little more.
10-5 back.
They're getting airmail, Canal and Green. Move your field down.
Unit, be advised. Canal and Green for airmail. Canal and Green.
Luke, 10 according to 184 at 26 and 8. Church, we're on the move. 86.
Aviation, can you tell me where the leader of that group is?
Location.
What's your location?
Green good.
Church Street, largest group.
Central, where is he at?
Central.
Green church.
Canal is Bill.
That's Green and 6? Green and Church. Green and Third. Green and Third.
Church.
Green and Church. Green and Church for additional units, please. Green and Church.
Street.
Set that location.
Church.
Canal and Church. That's a 4. Canal to Church.
2084 at Church and Canal. Alan Church, center.
One XO, responding with the morning go with.
We got 6, go for airmail.
All right, airmail, Canal and Green. All units be advised, Canal and Green, airmail.
Church, Canal and Church.
Canal and Church. Canal to Church.
Hurry up.
Mobile field force 304. 304 on the.
Let's go.
304 on the air. 304.
304 on the air.
Captain, move your field force down that way, please. Canal and Church, fourth width.
Fourth fucking width, Canal and Church.
Chief Pollack, Inspector Committee on the air. Show me responding with 1, 1, and 8.
The protesters are heading west 34th Street, now going eastbound on 34th. And for each location that is
Airmail at which location now? Last location. We're going to need additional 347 to 8. Canal West Broadway. 347 to 8 needs additional. 347 to 8 needs additional. 17 to Mobile Field Force 204. 204 on the air. 204, 104. 204 on the air. 204 on the air, go ahead. You guys leave the 10th precinct, respond over there, please. 34th Street, 7th and 8th. Responded. We advise 104 walking with the protest on 347. Needed this going on. To 347 to 8. GI helmet to DC Street. On the air, Inspector. Notify the 13. We got a troop towards the 13. Central, you got 6 out Broadway. Can you light up first? Central, near our beach and transfer on Bowling Canal, transfer. I need a unit for Broadway and Canal. Can I get a unit? Broadway and Canal for transport. Mobile Field Force 104 group has stopped this way on 8th Avenue. Between 34 and 33. OCD portable. OCD portable, okay. We are up there. So what's Broadway and Canal, please? OCD portable, your West Broadway Canal. Central. 17 to Mobile Field Force 303. 303 on the air. Secretary Captain Sandu. On the air. GI Albans, Inspector McGinn on the air. Sure, keep your heads up, so we got hit already. GI Albans, Inspector McGinn on the air. There's about 300 of them. Search. Up, escort. Was that an offer? Get aviation up, please. Aviation on the aviation. West group heading 7th Avenue and 34th Street. 34th, 7th, so aviation 20 responded. For aviation. Central, we see the P-van. Okay, we get the prisoners out and this will be over. Let's go. Location for the P-van. Canal and Broadway. Canal and Broadway. West over 7th Avenue. Clear. 19th Broadway and Canal. West Broadway and Canal. We need more units. West Broadway and Canal. West Broadway and Canal. West Broadway and Canal. They're requesting additional units. West Broadway Canal. Units. Looking for prisoner wagon. 19th. They need a prisoner wagon. 64 is on its way. We have a T-wagon. Group is heading down southbound 7th Avenue, Westchester Street. 9C Central. 9C, okay. We get more cops to Mercer and Canal, please. Additional units to Mercer Canal. Field Force 304, 304 on the air. Yeah, they're heading southbound on Cemetery.
10-4, southbound Avenue. Field Force 304 on the air, Captain Moya. On the air. Captain, you just advised me 84, please, for Canal and Broadway. 10-4, on our way. Brother, that's perfect.
9CO also needs additional units to Mercer and Canal.
SRG's on our way to Canal.
4, thank you much.
SRG Chief Central.
SRG Chief, care.
All SRG units respond to Manhattan. All Brooklyn SRG units respond to Manhattan.
All Brooklyn SRG units respond to Manhattan.
347. Avenue 85 on Canal Street. Mobile Field Force 84, 204. 34 and 7th Ave. 17th Street on the air. Can you get a prisoner wagon at Church and Canal? 10-4, SRG is responding. Church and Canal. 7CO, Central.
7CO, care.
So can I just get aviation to take a look at the Brooklyn Bridge? Tell me how many more we have.
That's a 4. Aviation on the air? 4, 10-4, thank you.
I'm checked in, Central. I'm headed to the Barclays Center.
10-5?
Personal and AFCR Drive. Watch in the van now. Central, be right. Central back, Canal and Broadway, Canal and Broadway.
Are you now for Canal and Broadway? That's a 4, Canal and Broadway.
ERC Central, you got a law. Canal headed Broadway.
You're cutting each other off. 10-5.
It's cloud headed towards the Barclays Center, Central.
That's a 4. That's from Manhattan or Brooklyn Bridge?
From Manhattan.
radio for open carrier. Someone on Citywide 1 has that open carrier. Check your radios, please.
Yeah.
Units, check your radios, please. Check your radios. Units on Citywide 1, check your radios for that open carrier. Unit on Citywide 1, check your radios for the open carrier. Check your radios, please. Legal, check your radio. Legal, check your radio.
6 months later, we're going to get this.
It's on Citywide 1. I need you to check your radio. You got an open carrier. We can't go over.
17 is Chip McCarthy on the air. 4-4 precinct van, move it. 4-4 precinct van, 8721, move it. Chief McCarthy on the air. Chief McCarthy on.
Unit, check your radio for the open carrier. Unit, check your radios.
Central, legal. The injured MOS is on a bus.
10-4, thank you much.
Sergeant. No, Sergeant. We're going to send you the extra field force, Chief. Yo, van 8732, you got to move the other one, 3877 as well. 17, Chief McCarthy. Chief McCarthy on. Chief, what do you want me to send to that other force field? I need to move it to Broadway Canal. 10-4, notify them now. Sergeant, got this for the Manhattan Bridge on the SDHA public place. Chief McCarthy on the air. On the air. I got the group moving again. We're going to let them continue westbound on Canal Street. So let's clear up the streets there. Open it up. Open it up. They want the cops. Let them come westbound. They're back on the road going west. Just take up post off the south side of the street, please. Be advised, they are going north. Be advised, they're going north on Broadway from Howard at this time. Have Captain Delgado's field force go. Captain Delgado.
thank you.
SOG, Stand down there. Level. Captain Delgado, G on the air. Captain Delgado's on the air. Where do you need us? I'm coming for Canal. Broadway and Canal, I'm down to Broadway Canal. I'll be coming up to 14 and Broadway. Respond on and Broad. Traffic operations, 17th Street, ICP. 17th Street, go. Yeah, be advised, the group traveling northbound on 6th Avenue. 21st Street is setting off fireworks and shooting them at the buildings. Inspector, it's Chief D'Adamo on air. Group on Green Street and Canal is moving north. 5 moving northbound on Green. 10-4 moving northbound on Green. Citywide crime, southbound. Citywide crime, Lieutenant.
Citywide crime, Lieutenant Camp.
Yeah, I got another large group moving south. Let's get Sergeant Cortez Jeffrey back to church.
Citywide crime, Lieutenant. What's that location, Ken?
It's going to be southbound from Houston.
Southbound Houston and where? Citywide crime, Lieutenant. 10-5, that location, southbound Hudson. We got southbound Houston. What's the second local street there?
Central. Now it's going to be westbound on Spring. Westbound on Spring from Green. Inspector Pagano, Chief McCarthy. Chief McCarthy on. Yeah, Chief, there's about 200 people going northbound on 6th Avenue from 3rd Street. That's the one that will... You want us to redirect over to Broadway? There's about 250 people street on 6th Avenue going north of 23rd Street. Do you want us to reroute to Broadway? One more time. Let's go. What's the location now? 236. About 250 people. Chief, Lieutenant. Another group. Inspector Timothy and Chief McCarthy. Chief McCarthy, stand by. Be advised, we have on Green East is all cleared. Okay, listen, a lot of you don't
got some units over there. We're just going to hold. What unit was requesting east? That's what. We got no construction. Captain Taylor on the air. On the air. We set up to 3, 4, and 6. 3, 4, and 6. Cover and tap. On the air, Inspector. The air, Inspector. Of Green and Broome.
I've been headed northbound on 7th Avenue from 42nd Street.
Northbound on 7th from 42nd?
Correct.
10-4. Charlie, 164. Captain Taylor on the air. On the air, boss. Shell, 42nd Street, 7th. Let's catch up with this group. I'm coming up 60 heavy on 124. I'm looking down the motorway. Issue 2, sir. Be advised of behind a large group. Large group over at 2, 5, and 6 blockage. I have to swing around to get over to 4-2.
Large group at 2, 5, and 6. That's a 4.
They're walking up the street.
They're walking northbound. That's a 4.
Location. SRGCO, someone advised the head of this group that's at 34th Street. Where should we go to get in front of it? 17 to Chief McCarthy. Oh, yeah. Chief, what is your exact spot on Broadway right now? 10-5. What's your exact on Broadway so I can go in front of you? Right now is up on House that's going north. So I got Captain Delgado on 4th. Silvergon on 23rd. I need another field force on 34th and 42nd. Tempo, we're deploying in front of you. SRG on the air? SRG on the air. Yeah, he's at Broadway and Houston at the moment. Who's on the on the air, Chief.
Aviation 1475, Ken.
Inspector, hello. Hillary on the air, so we... Inspector, let's get up. Resources. That's right now. 427, eliminating forward resources. Captain Raymond. Hillary, SRG on the air. Detail Sergeant.
Detail Sergeant.
Get out of the car, start walking up.
Detail Sergeant, you're unreadable, 10-5.
About 250 protesters holding traffic posted to Broadway.
14
We got out of it. And northbound of Broadway,
4-6 and B, wait for Lloyd on the air.
Still got on here? No further. Get on the air. Okay, you will. 1, 2, 3.
near Broadway. Where are you at? Near Broadway. I'm still walking with this. Captain, anyone at the head of this Broadway group? 20 of you guys in the group now. 4th and Broadway, going northbound. Anyone in the front of this group? Captain Delgado, Broadway. Julio, I'm coming behind him. I'm coming up the 4th. Get my asset. Captain. On the air. She's the down. On the Inspector. Dr. Timmons at the 17th Street ICP.
Geico presents, not again, another voicemail from your roommate.
Hey, man, so I was in a rush to get to work and I left the back door open. Could you shut it? I left it wide open. While you're there, could you also turn off the oven and all of the burners? My mom never let me use the oven. I wonder why.
The Geico Insurance Agency could help keep your personal property protected, like if it's your roommate's first time operating an oven. Visit geico.com to see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
I'm on Broadway on 21st. Heading south. Alright, 10-4, 10. Can you be advised if any of the protesters are on the bridge?
I need additional units to the 5. Canal and Elizabeth, please. Canal to Elizabeth.
Over field force 106.
106 at the 4.
SRG, Captain Perez going up. Field force 304, 304 on the air.
Aviation 20K.
All these people that are going northbound on Broadway. They're currently at 300 Mercer Street. It looks like they're trying to break some windows and cause structural damage to the building.
At 300 Mercer, that's a 4.
If the protesters are still on Manhattan. And I do not see any protesters. GI 17th Street. On the air. Be advised, 150 to 300, going northbound 6 in the middle of the street, approaching 33 Street. Approaching 33 Street? Affirmative. Chief, you download Captain Ramos. That's what you got Captain Ramos on the end. Captain, get the 4, 2, and 6. Certify that location? 4, 2, and 6. 4, 2, and 6.
SRG Bike Sergeant on the air. SRG Bike Sergeant on the air.
Step up.
SRG Bike Sergeant on the air.
Yeah, SRG Sergeant, be right this.
Are you still following the group over the Manhattan Bridge?
Negative, the bridge is clear.
The vehicular traffic?
SRG Bike Sergeant, be advised, numerous debris throughout that bridge. It's not clear for vehicle traffic.
Lieutenant Mack, on here?
Yes, sir. We're on the street on 467.
7 and 7. It's off.
7 and 7, 10-4.
88 1014, go with your message.
Site proximity to the 17th Street High-Bridge. Near Inspector. I have an additional 50 cops. Where do you need them deployed?
Sergeant, set up to the bridge.
Chief McCarthy, 17th Street.
On the air, Chief.
Advise section. The closest is place. The rotary, whenever city's on, spread them out with the crowd on the sidewalk, protecting all the windows. All right, we want to march with them. We have a whole line of cops marching up Broadway on the sidewalk with these people.
Chief, what's the cross street on Broadway?
Wherever the cross street is closest to. All right? This thing goes from Manhattan Bridge up to 42nd Street, so they can go anywhere. Just get on Broadway and walk with the crowd.
10-4, we're advising other mobile forces. Inspector Timothy on the air.
Inspector Tiffany.
Did you copy that? All along Broadway, protecting the windows.
You need these support from what, canal?
Yeah, affirmative. They need to walk alongside the group on the sidewalk on Broadway, northbound.
10-4 from Canal to Houston, right?
Yeah, 10-4. We have mobile field forces set up further up north. We're going to have to do the same.
As of right now, the people on Broadway are between 11th. The beginning of the group starts at 11th and it's going on Broadway towards 12th.
Location of group on Broadway, north.
Sounds good.
Field force 205 on the air. 205 and 206 on the air.
A1CO.
A1CO.
Yeah, just be advised that large group from stationary to Barclays Center, several thousand.
On the air.
That's going to Chief McCarthy. That's going to Chief McCarthy.
sounded good.
Pollack is 17 on the air. On the air, Chief. 85 4th with 4th. 205 and 206 on the air. Field force 205 and 206. Go to 12th and Broadway, 4th West. Center, raise the SRG on 426. SRG's on 426, go. Yeah, make sure you guys are third car. I got 250 to 3. Go. Start taking cars in the rear right now. Start there. Back to that group. 6. No. Start taking cars back there. We're at 416. 416, start taking the cars in the rear.
416.
Start taking callers. Start taking callers.
All right, start taking callers at 4116. Start taking your callers at 4116.
6 detail sergeant. Detail sergeant.
Detail sergeant.
Yeah, we need a transfer for one body at 4th Avenue, 12th Street, East 12th Street, Central.
1 East 12th and Broadway.
Sergeant Perez on the air. On the air. Harry, give me a bus or to the wagon, 426. Captain Min, 5 and 206 on the air.
416 Avenue.
206 on the air. You copy 12th and Broadway, 4th West?
Josh, 12th and Broadway, 4th West.
6 Sergeant Central.
Sergeant Ken.
Yeah, we're already at 4th Avenue. We are holding one, and we need one transport. 1981, come up further. Step away from the thing, 1981. Sergeant, can touch you in the back. 416, 1980. Sergeant 17, on the air. On the air. Let's get NSC over to 12th Street between 40 and 6th Avenue. You're showing 98. We have aviation 19. Respond to speed there momentarily. Aviation, what location you going to? Aviation 20 is going 98. We have our additional helicopter, which will be aviation 19. We go to 4, 1, and 6, and then 12th and Broadway. All right, Cisco, please advise when you're overhead at 12th and Broadway. Yeah, I want them at 4, 1, 6. Start taking calls. 4, 1, 6. On the action. For a large fire on 12th Street between 4th Avenue and Broadway. Chief D'Adamo says you're making multiple.
Indy units, 4116. 4116.
Start checking out this. What's going over there?
Start taking callers at 416.
Captain Smith, Street. Go, Captain. Intercepting the group at 5386. They have turned southbound from 7th Avenue. On Kill Force 209. Captain O'Connor, Chief McCarthy. Chief McCarthy, over here. Chief, over here at 12th and Broadway. Listen, they're starting to come back. They're going to march in on Broadway, but I need FD forthwith over on 12th between and 4th Avenue for a large fire.
Large fire.
Captain Floyd to Field Command. And 12 and Broadway, Central. Field Command Post. Two units, 4, 1, and 6. I heard it. I got it. We got. So you understand? You got FD responding here? That's on 12th Broadway. Very close to the building. Very close to the building line. The building line is going to catch fire. 4. So we need more units to 413 and 6 a.m. 413 and 6 a.m.
Fire at 413 6th Avenue right now, if we are getting this correctly.
I need help! Alright, I need it. He's in the south.
What happened to my incognito? I do apologize. I'm just going to fix the technical issue. 413 6th Avenue.
Get this end to the CHD and unit addition on the 4106, please. 4106. 43403. Show me more on the 4106. 17. Eric, you got that on 416. We need FD to 12 and Broadway. Got you. FD's been notified for 12 and Broadway. FD's been... Fire.
I'm checking Citizen app right now. Yes, that's the red alert right now. But I don't see anything going on at 416 6th Avenue right now, which is by the area of Washington Square Park. Let me try tuning for a second.
DI Sharon, can you head to 4116? 4116 for DI Sharon?
I was on my way to 346, but I'll go to 416.
10 forward.
8460. Local field 4, school 4S, 41. 6th Avenue. 8460 Park.
Hang on. There we go. We're back.
Broadway past East 10th Street. So, Georgia, 4216, please. 4216 going southbound. Georgia, police on the air.
What's the injury to the MOS?
It's possible dislocated shoulder, Central. ML, 42.
What type of injuries to the MOS at 4116?
Central, Aviation 19.
Aviation 19.
Central, I believe they said they have a member of the service that has a possible dislocated shoulder at this time.
10-4.
Two more. Hey, I need a bus, Harry.
Locate. Captain set. 315, please. East 12.
Here's NBC News has left the air.
About going towards 6th Avenue, 48. Going southbound.
Location for the prisoner bus. 12. And Broadway and 12. Chief Commander Sergeant Perez. Sergeant Perez.
Do have to take care of something briefly. And
County, I need correct forces.
gotta be careful of the 8-hour limit, because once we hit the 8-hour limit, that's when I am gonna have to end the stream.
Counter flow on 6, though. Counter flow on 6. That's 4 coming. They're coming from the north. This is 1CO. Be advised. 39 and 6. 39 and 6. Captain O'Connell. Two buses. That's 4GSO, Central. On the inspector. That's all column and south. GSO, Central.
Matt may be trying to say something important. Yeah, I'm fully aware of that. De Blasio's daughter. I just put that in the chat.
Gary, are you on the air?
I'm close to your south on 6th Avenue at 46th Street.
Southbound 6th Avenue, 46?
Yes. Unit Racing Central.
There.
Alright, folks, I will be right back.
Avenue approaching house. I think about 150 in the street, but orderly at this time.
9 CO to Central.
9 CO.
Fire on East 12th Street under control.
What location is under control?
Our fire on East 12th Street is under control.
10-4.
Captain, 209 to 17th Street.
On the air.
You guys are at 4, 5, and 6, continuing southbound.
4, 5, and 6 southbound, 10-4. That's our G-Bike Sergeant. I need the bike van at 4016. 4016 for MOS bike.
Captain O'Connell, 86 for my prison wagon.
Waiting. What's the location for
Broadway 12.
En route. En route. Sergeant Perez on the air. On the air. Army, I've got boys coming down the flow on 6th from 4-2. 10-4, send around. Captain Smith, so Sergeant Central.
My group is heading eastbound on 4-5 towards 6th Street at this time.
4, 5, and 6.
They turned eastbound and headed towards 6th Avenue.
Any on the air? So the 4, 5, and 6, okay. SRG 2C wagon, you're on the air. 10-5.
Roger, 2 P-Wagon.
P-Wagon, where are you?
I'm back.
We have 40 at 6.
2208, be advised you're getting a 31 of a commercial at 740 Broadway, smashing into a liquor store at this time. Large group, protesters.
Across on that Central.
That's Waverly and Astor Place. Waverly Place and Astor Place.
South Sergeant Central. A group headed eastbound on 40 Street out of Bryant Park. GC Dallas Central.
Step up, Sergeant.
South Sergeant, I'm going to be following the group. Follow them, keep everybody advised.
Units clear the air, you're getting cut off. Okay, you said the location of the group is where now?
East 40 and Madison. I'll advise everybody. Central.
Step up, unit Raven Central.
SRGCO Central.
SRGCO.
But I have an arrest time for 4, 1, and 6.
SRG Captain.
I'm moving on to 7 males, 4 females on 12 and Broadway. I need a female.
Take it under time 2210 and show that back to a safety lock or proper utilized to prevent escape.
Central. There's a lot of protester by the Brooklyn Bridge, Manhattan side.
10-4. You said what's going on the Manhattan Bridge, Kay?
Side. There's a lot of on the Manhattan side, by the Brooklyn Bridge.
City Hall, split off 7th Ave, 42nd Street. Portable.
Over 10-5 to portable.
Central Aviation 19.
Aviation 19K.
Yeah, Central advised I have a fire at 561 7th Avenue. It could be a garbage can fire or a tree that's lit on fire, a small tree that's lit on fire, but 561 7th Avenue.
10-4.
Manhattan goes 14 and 5, 14 and 5 for that CBS. SRG responded 14 and 5.
That's 10-4.
Crime Lieutenant. Aviation 14 and Central. They're in the store. They're in the store now.
Aviation.
Aviation Central.
Aviation Pro CK.
Everybody's time. City Hall on the east side. So I'm not raising. Somebody's raising us.
10-4.
Captain Doga, SRG THV. I need another P-Wagon at 12.
Citywide crime unit. Citywide crime lieutenant. What your message? Central, I got to pick up at 31, 14 and 5. Get a couple units over here forthwith. I got a 3 under and I got a crowd forming around me over here.
14 and 5th Avenue, 14 and 5th Avenue. 14 and 5th Avenue, I need units forthwith.
3 or 4. Just let me get some marked units. I got marked units, please, and a prisoner wagon. I got 3 under right now. Central. Lord, sending a fuel also.
I need units at 14 and 5th.
All our inspectors going. Sergeant. On the air, Chief. I got a mobile field force. Step by the location. Contact detail, Sergeant. Chief, what's the location? 14th and 5th. We're responding over that CPS. Field force 302. 302 on the air. Eric, I have over here. Captain Sanders, they're going towards Jack Central. The guide is going towards Jack Central right now. Jimmy, guys, take advantage. 40 coming from Manhattan North. Captain Smith to 17. On the air. Additional resources for 42nd and 5th Avenue. Movement continues to go southbound on 5th Avenue at this time. 420 group, running you. Merging with this group. All 304 units, 14 and 5th. Chief McCarthy to 17th and 5th. On the air. Chief. On the air, Chief. No further on 14 and 5. I just think step right. No further 14 and 5. No further 14 and 5. Okay, all hands to 17th Street. On the air. Avenue at West 10th. Orderly. 10-5 Inspector. Northbound 6th Avenue at West 10. About 150 in the street, but orderly. 6th Avenue West 10. Manhattan bike van on here. Next line. Manhattan bike van on here. Inspector Herder to Chief McCarthy on here. Man on here.
All right, folks, we're going to join into KABC right now. We're going to join into them as soon as we can. Getting an important update from Chris Christie, who is the chief air journalist for KABC right now. We're going to join in right now. Can we get Chris Christie live? Yes, we can get Chris
Christie. On a dime here, so we're going to watch this closely. But we didn't have the opportunity, Veronica and I, to kind of debrief you on what's happening in Santa Monica with that he just got. So.
We're southbound from them. 5th Avenue and 40th Street. We're about 32nd Street.
So they did confirm that there were 9 fires in their community today. 4 of them.
were building fires, 4 were car fires, and 1 was a dumpster fire. We're happy to report that no officers were injured in today's situation, but they are making arrests tonight when it comes to the protesters that are still on the street. They didn't give us a number, but it is underway right now. There you see video, this is from Santa Monica, of the looting that has been taking place. They acknowledged that during the press conference. Hear from them. Okay. Go ahead, Veronica.
Yeah, we're hearing that possibly the CVS there in Long Beach may have been set on fire. We see a few fire trucks out there. Chris, are you hearing anything?
We've got a fire in Long Beach. You're looking at Long Beach Boulevard and 6th Street. It will go ahead and tilt down a little bit. We saw some thick black smoke coming from the front of the CVS, which obviously has been looted, and somebody has set the place ablaze. It does look like they may be getting ready to enter, but the fire department has just arrived here. The smoke is dissipating a little bit, but if you look very closely there is still smoke coming from the front door underneath the plywood. This is a CVS that's already been boarded up, again, at Long Beach Boulevard and 6th Street. A new fire here in Long Beach.
All right, Chris, we're going to have you keep watching this. We know this situation is so complicated, and we want to make sure that everyone gets a chance to make your voice heard. So head to abc7.com. Tell us why you protest. Upload a video or a photo or a picture. Write us a paragraph. We hope to share some of your responses on the air and online as we continue to distinguish and separate the protests and the violence that is happening here.
All right, we want to take it now to downtown Los Angeles. Of course, we're staying on top of these other issues, but downtown LA, Rob McMillan has been watching and standing with protests that so far has been peaceful right in front of City Hall. Rob?
Yes, and it continues to be peaceful at this point, but the crowd just moved from the front of City Hall to protest toward the National Guard. We were speaking with 4 or 5 people about what brought them out here and why they were out here and what is on their mind, what is on their heart right now. And I asked all of them, what do you think of the National Guard being here? And several of them said they don't need to be here. They're just here for a show of force. They feel threatened by us. They're here to threaten us. There appears to be a lot of anger toward the National Guard here as well. Although I did speak with one gentleman who lives here in downtown Los Angeles, and he says, you know, they're just here to do a job like the rest of us. So you can see this crowd of several hundred people. Sorry for some of what you see on the signs, but that's an admonition we feel like we've been giving for the past several days. Pretty peaceful protest at this point. No justice, no peace is what they're chanting right now. I did speak with one lady who brought her 5-year-old daughter here. And I said, well, what are you going to do if this thing gets violent? violent. She says, we're going to leave, but I wanted my daughter here to see what we're fighting for. Back to you.
All right, Rob, we are going to come back to you in downtown Los Angeles. Meanwhile, we're going to head over to Leanne Suter in Santa Monica, who is with our sheriff, Alex Villanueva. Leanne.
Yeah, that's right, Veronica. Joining me now is Sheriff Alex Villanueva here for LA County Sheriff Department. He has just come into the command post here at Santa Monica. Sheriff, I know you've just entered the scene here. Talk to me about what your sense is of what you are seeing. Happening here in Santa Monica and now across the county?
Well, we've seen the images that have been broadcast across the media in different areas. Last night it was in the Fairfax, West Hollywood, Beverly Hills. Now today, Santa Monica, we have Long Beach, we have concerns in the Citadel and Commerce. So they're widespread throughout the region. So we're definitely working mutual aid. We're making sure we're providing that backup to all of the independent cities, and we're here helping out Santa Monica. We've been here for hours now, and it's kind of a pause now. Now we're going to regroup and retool our approach to make sure we corral what's left, because there's no lawful protesters left anymore. Everybody is here just trying to do damage.
And how do you deal with these protests? They are starting out peaceful. They are then taking a turn. How do you guys address that?
Well, the peaceful ones, they tend to remain peaceful. But what's embedded within them are people that are, right now, they're just acting like terrorists, you know, trying to instill fear and just damage property and loot. And we're going to separate them. We're going to start arresting them en masse, and that's what we're going to do with the rest of the night.
And how do you guys deal with this?
Around looking for various problems. There we go. That's where the police line is. So this is where the protest is taking place, which still seems to be underway. Although each time we go to it, it's slightly smaller, less people now than there were a couple of hours ago. But it's underway. It continues to go on. And Chris, have you noticed any big changes so far?
Yeah, we're cruising back over there. You can see things have calmed down. It kind of ebbs and flows. You have a majority of peaceful protesters who are here standing their ground, refusing to vacate the intersection. This is an unlawful assembly, but most of the crowd is peaceful. They're holding up signs, they're chanting, and they're making their voices heard. Within the group, in this group in particular, there are agitators that are trying to provoke confrontation. One of them we showed you a little bit ago using a Roman candle to light fireworks and shoot the fireworks in the direction of law enforcement. That gets everybody's attention. It raises everybody's blood pressure, and you start to see a lot of commotion. Once in a while, you'll see some of the protesters actually getting trampled. It has a stampede effect. When you scare everybody with fireworks, there's a stampede effect, especially when the officers get animated, and then you have people getting hurt. In fact, at one point, we actually saw somebody on the ground for quite a while. But then it kind of calms down, and it looks peaceful once again. So there's peaks and valleys to this type of a protest.
Different areas where there's protests underway in Long Beach, and it'll be interesting to see where this group ends up. But right about 6 o'clock, Veronica, correct? And right about 6 o'clock is when we were in Long Beach. Our ground camera captured the looting going on in a store called Outfitters. We want to show that video to you again. Now, we've captured a lot of looting today from Air 7. This from the ground, but what makes this piece of video different and why we want to show it to you is to show you the looters' reaction when the law enforcement shows up to the front door of this store. Again, the store is called Outfitters. You'll see law enforcement show up there. We thought that they were there to actually start arresting people who were looting, and you see the reaction of the looters as they desperately try to get away. The bottom line to this is, yes, their presence, the police presence, was notable. And the people who were looting inside tried to get out, and the ones who couldn't go out the front door desperately tried to get out in another way. And you're going to see that in just a second. But you'll notice that a single arrest was made right there in that front door, Veronica, and I'll let you in on it. No arrests were made, period, when it comes to looting.
Yeah, they really just kind of were there to make sure that people knew they were there. And then there were people who were stuck inside that Outfitter store, breaking through the windows and climbing down the plywood so that they could get out and escape because those officers were still guarding the front entrance. And yet those officers were right there watching these guys throw piles of clothing out onto the street, continue to escape. And I know that the photographer is going to pan over here in just a minute, and you can see the officers just watching as these people emerge from the store right there.
There's that shot. So we've been watching this repeatedly. We think it's a fascinating shot. We have not received any information yet that looters have been arrested tonight or today at all, but we'll stay on top of that. In the meantime, we want to say this. We want to take a moment to check in with our Inglewood community journalist, Ashley Mackey.
And she spoke to members of her community to get reaction on what's unfolding and how everyone is feeling in the aftermath of George Floyd's death.
There's a lot of emotion right now across the country. As the Inglewood community journalist, I reached out on social media to have people send me their perspective and to give people an opportunity to speak. The overall emotions were feelings of anger, sadness, helplessness, and hopelessness. But some people from my community also offered solutions they think might help in the future. Here's what they're saying.
Yeah, I would say anger. That's where I am now. I'm angry. But I would say I am channeling this anger in healthy ways. And it's time for us to activate. It's time for us to increase our advocacy. It's time to infiltrate political systems and so forth.
Children and adults alike should take this event associated with the death of Mr. Floyd and channel their anger into becoming more empowered, learning to become difference makers in the community, putting our anger for good use so that we make a lasting difference and that we can become builders instead of just onlookers.
I think Inglewood going forward should invest time and commitment to building the relationship between the police officers and the community. If it's barbecues, if it's police athletic leagues, if it's block parties, whatever they can do to increase a humanizing presence with the citizens of Inglewood.
Again, these are just a few voices from my community, but as the situation continues to unfold, I encourage people to continue to reach out to share their voice.
All right, Ashley Mackey, and we really appreciate getting those messages, and we do want people to speak out. We want to hear what they have to say. In the meantime, as you continue to watch these images from Air 7, as we watch the protesters on the move again, this is on the streets of Long Beach. We also want to take you to downtown Los Angeles, where Rob McMillan is standing with members of the National Guard in quite a sight in front of City Hall. Rob?
That's right. For most of the afternoon, the crowd was in front of the steps of City Hall, but about 20 minutes ago they moved about 200 feet up the road here, where they're really dishing out some agitation toward the National Guard. Like I said last report, there's a lot of anger here toward the overall police presence at this protest, and not the least bit toward the National Guard. Every 30, 45 seconds, the crowd will break into a new chant. We first heard "No justice, no peace." They were then chanting George Floyd, then "Take a knee." And a couple of people here specifically just really angry at the whole thing, and they're taking out some of this anger on some of these stone-faced members of the National Guard. Some of them are, and I don't want to make this seem like it's
fake media. Excuse me.
Sorry about that. Don't want to make this sound, like everyone is doing this, but there's a lot of people here who are really pushing some of these National Guardsmen to the limit, yelling in their faces. Someone was blowing cigarette smoke in one of their faces, and just a lot of anger here. We spoke with a few people who, and I should say that this entire protest does
Looks like somebody, see, there's looters within. There's looters within. What store is that? Is that another pharmacy?
I think
Sure
it's
enough.
CD. Oh, no.
It's a pharmacy. It's a pharmacy for sure.
And you saw that. There was literally looters within the group. A largely peaceful group of protesters with vandals and looters within. Some people carrying spray paint, others just looking for destruction, others looking to steal whatever merchandise they can get their hands on. You could tell this group of businesses apparently has already been looted because the doors are already shattered and they're able to move in freely with impunity.
So it looks like there's a couple of guys kind of watching guard here at the front, the guy in the polo shirt, and then, you know, some of his buddies went inside. Looks like he's going in now. And it's so clear when we see it from above how these people are completely separate from the protesters.
It's a Walgreens, community Walgreens, and that says 10 plus pharmacy. It may be cleaned out already. Look at the front of this.
This entire shopping complex.
That whole shopping little plaza.
You'll notice they're not coming out with a whole lot of merchandise. This may have been cleaned out a while ago, but these are people looking for opportunity, no doubt.
Yeah, is that a smoke shop there? Yep, going into a smoke shop, so.
So it's interesting, though, that you pointed out, Chris, it shows you how quickly things can turn. You think it's a peaceful crowd with one intention, and that is to be heard and to be seen and to protest the situation with George Floyd. But reality is, then we see people splinter off from that crowd and begin the looting. And so, yeah, they intermix, and it makes the story so complex because intentions are different from person to person.
Intentions are completely different. You know, the bad actors of these looters, they're drowning out the powerful message of the peaceful protesters. And that's what's the most disappointing for everyone involved here, including us as we watch all of this unfold.
Well, another area that has been hard hit by looters is Santa Monica. Leanne Suter now has been covering the situation there with protesters and looters. Leanne, what's the latest?
David and Veronica, we are here in front of Bubar's Jewelers, and you can see some of the damage by the doorway here. This is one of the businesses targeted. Joining me live is Bill Bubar. Bill, you are a longtime business owner here in Santa Monica, 75 years. Tell me what happened.
Well, I was here about 1 o'clock, and there were swarming people. They started at vans. They were looting, and for the next 2 to 3 hours, they were moving all over 4th Street, Broadway, Santa Monica Boulevard. And basically it was a mob out of control. They were driving in the middle of the street. They jumped out of cars. Literally what happened at my store is that there was a whole group that came over, and one person came with a baseball bat, smashed this door, and then they all proceeded to try to push the gate in. They could not push the gate in. That's what saved my business. After they left, a young woman came who I did not know and parked with her bicycle in front of the door and stayed 2 hours. While all of this commotion, she stood here, and literally I think they left it alone because she was standing in front of the door. She was really the hero.
Wow.
And then this nice gentleman and Greg and a few of the other people in the building that I've known a long time, everybody was very supportive. I mean, we didn't get involved. We didn't try to say, don't do it. I mean, you know, we basically...
It was us just standing in front.
Yeah, I mean, because they didn't bother the people, but they were after breaking and destroying and looting.
And if they had gotten in there, Bill, that is your livelihood, what would have happened?
Well, they would have certainly smashed
All right, folks, we are having technical issues with KABC right now. We will be coming back to them in just a second. So let me think. 6 hours and 15. So I wouldn't be able to figure that out at the moment. So trying to get back on. Just hang on for a sec, folks.
Take a walk over here while we're live quick, because Stephen was telling me about this. This is Crossroads, which resells clothes and whatnot, and you can see what has happened inside this store. He said that's what they really were after, were any items. They wanted clothes, shoes, and you can see they've completely smashed out the front door of this business here, and you can see they've literally grabbed anything they could on these front racks, bringing out as many things. You can see the mess, all the clothes laying on the ground and whatnot. Here, and he said that the neighbors here saying they really wanted to grab merchandise, as we've seen in so many of these locations. They go after shoes or clothing. Jewelry has been one of the top spots that they try to hit. So a lot of damage here in Santa Monica. We're seeing so many business here damaged. Again, the push continuing to clear out all of those leftover protesters, those leftover crowds that are still roaming here through Santa Monica. Live in Santa Monica, Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Fantastic interviews. Leanne loved both of them, and they said so much. In the meantime, while that interview was going on, these images from Long Beach are live. This is a community Walgreens that has been overrun by looters. Chris Christie has been watching it in Air 7. Chris.
David, there's got to be close to 100 in all. They're driving up in dozens of cars arriving here. They just see cops on the way. They hear the sirens. Look at them running. They're getting in their vehicles. We've got 100% mask compliance in this crowd. They're all masked up, and they are running out with as much merchandise as they could get their hands on. They've raided the Walgreens, they've raided the clothing store right next door, and they've raided the smoke shop. David and Veronica, you watch these pictures, and you can't help but wonder as this continues. This is now night 3 of pictures just like out.
They dropped everything, and they're acting nonchalant and just walking away.
It should be said that before police got here, we've been watching that scene play out for about the last 10 minutes.
We were watching it live during Leanne's interview. Yeah. We were watching those images.
The entire interview.
Yeah, that is incredible.
But it does bring back images of the 92 riots and others where, images of K-Town, where you started seeing the frustration amongst these business owners, especially these mom and pops. These are their livelihoods, and it's just a tragic thing to watch.
We have iconic video of that in 92 where the Korean shop owners protected their property with guns, and literally we were in the middle of a shootout at one point, a frightening situation, a violent situation. You're right, we haven't seen that during this, but with haphazard looters out there stealing your merchandise, you wonder if shop owners now are thinking, I'm going to arm myself and I'm going to be prepared for the next time.
There are some small business owners out there who are also black and brown, and they're immigrants, they're people of color. They own their small businesses. They are suffering too. They're in pain too. They're barely getting by with what they have. Yeah. To lose their merchandise and to lose their building, it sends the family in a tailspin that could go for generations. Absolutely. It will be it's yet to be seen if some of these businesses are unable to reopen, because this is truly the nail in the coffin after a couple of months of lost revenue due to
Could
the
very
pandemic.
well be. By the way, we're approaching 8 o'clock here. It's 7:57 right now. I want to give you a couple of programming notes. We are continuing our ongoing coverage of the widespread protests and unrest through Southern California tonight. So we're going to say goodbye to our viewers on KDOC, and on ABC7, we will continue our coverage of the protests. So we're giving you a couple of minutes to figure this out here. If you're watching us from KDOC, if you're on ABC7, we're going to continue the coverage there of the protests. And you could watch ABC7 Celebrity Family Feud on Localish Network. That will be channel 7.2. Channel 7.2, our Localish network. And on these channels on your screen, on Cox at 796-1133, Frontier is 467, Google Fiber is 70, Mediacom is 520, and Spectrum is 1246. Of course, if you're watching us from abc7.com and our ABC7 Los Angeles app, we'll continue on with our coverage, but we know our folks on KDOC TV have been watching us. We really thank you for watching us, and please join us on ABC7.
Okay, we're going to join WABC shortly.
Minutes, a large number of police have gathered to try and deal with the protesters there. And we're going to give you a look at some new...
To lower Manhattan. Earlier, hundreds of people could be seen marching through Midtown on 5th Avenue. They stopped briefly in Times Square before they continued south on Broadway.
So far this weekend, there have been a total of 768 arrests. Police say there have been just a handful of arrests so far today. We have live team coverage on the protesters on the move in Brooklyn and Manhattan.
We begin with Eyewitness News reporter Lucy Yang, who joins us from Union Square. Lucy?
Well, Joe, right behind me, they're boarding up a clothing store here on East 14th Street, just in case. For most of the day, demonstrations have been pretty peaceful, but we want to show you some video now. In the last hour, several violent outbursts have erupted. We're learning of a car set ablaze, several stores vandalized, protesters arrested. All this breaking news, exactly what so many tried to avoid today. They packed Foley Square Sunday night, and in the name of George Foley, under the shadow of the symbols of justice, they called for the NYPD to join them on bended knee. Some did, and the crowd roared.
The message is we're peaceful, and I think there are instigators that are erupting in this violence, and it reflects on black people.
Hands up!
Earlier in Union Square Park, a moment of silence. Fists in the air, knees on the ground. They marched and chanted and made their pain heard. In Queens, hundreds gathered at the Jamaica train station.
I don't care if they're a criminal. I don't care if they deserve respect too, because they're human first.
What a difference a day makes. Saturday night, almost 60 police vehicles were destroyed, more than 345 were arrested, and 33 officers injured. Bike patrols scuffled with demonstrators. Milk was spilled and shared with those who had been sprayed. By Sunday, police started the day offering an olive branch, which this group in Union Square accepted with applause.
I don't want it to be you, us. It's all of us here, together. For a peaceful protest, you got my support. You got the NYPD support.
For us black people, we cannot move on and fix anything, and we cannot forgive what happened to us.
So you guys got to understand, we're in it together. It's not just blacks, we're all in it together. We all have to be together.
So their message is they want to breathe with dignity, but tonight their battle cry is ending with some outbursts. We're live in Union Square tonight. I'm Lucy Yang, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
And Lucy, protesters filled the Manhattan Bridge earlier this evening on their way from Brooklyn to Manhattan, and they stopped traffic for about an hour. Hundreds of protesters also spent this afternoon and evening in front of both Atlantic Center and Barclays Center. Eyewitness News reporter Jim Dolan continues our coverage from the scene. Jim?
Joe, an enormous and determined crowd of demonstrators here in Brooklyn tonight. This has been quiet most of the night. I want you to take a look right over here. They're pushing demonstrators back on Atlantic and Flatbush Avenues here. There have been a couple of arrests here. And if you just look at some videotape from about 20 minutes ago, this was quiet all night long. And then somebody threw a bottle. It looked like to us that somebody threw a bottle and the crowds began to scatter. The police moved in. And that is the kind of fluid, dynamic night it has been in Brooklyn tonight. They shut down the Manhattan Bridge tonight. An enormous crowd of angry, peaceful demonstrators who marched from the Barclays Center headed to Manhattan. As the sun began to set, the
We do want justice and we want equality. And if we don't get that, we're gonna be out here.
I am angry. I am extremely angry. But I see you, I hear you, and I wanna better understand where you're coming from. How do you view this as a police officer? How do you feel about the situation? And what are you gonna do about it?
It was a diverse group, many of the white people in the crowd admitting they have been silent, and so culpable for too long.
White people need to stop being silent about our racism and complicit in the structural racist system in which we live and the white supremacy in which this country was built and continues to be upheld by people like me.
Justice and prosperity, that's all black people want.
There was, to be sure, plenty of anger in Brooklyn tonight. But when the crowd thinned out at Barclays, we saw also this. Demonstrators and police officers talking, conversations, respectful on both sides.
A lot of them feel us, but they can't say anything. And that's the problem. They're limited to voice their opinions when something is wrong and when they can help. So we were just trying to get their opinion on that.
And I'm just happy she took the time out to understand, and I just wish that every other cop would do such, would take out the time to talk to the public.
We are back live now. You can see police officers moving towards the crowd right now. I just want to talk about something John Miller, the deputy commissioner in charge of the counterterrorism of the NYPD, said this evening. He said, well-organized groups of agitators have infiltrated protests in New York City, moving gasoline and rocks and glass bottles, scouting locations for vandalism, communicating through encrypted apps. These small groups are directing protesters to unprotected police cars to set them ablaze. And of course, as we know, many police vehicles have been set on fire in the last 4 days of protests. Again, a largely peaceful demonstration tonight. There have been instances and flare-ups. And of course, it's 11 o'clock. We'll keep an eye on things through the evening. Reporting live from Barclays Center, Jim Dolan, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. Keep us posted. Mayor Bill de Blasio's daughter, Kiara, was among the 345 protesters arrested Saturday night, according to NYPD sources. Kiara de Blasio was arrested around 10:30 p.m. Saturday for unlawful assembly. The 25-year-old was one of about 100 people who refused to leave the roadway when advised to do so by police. Now, on the arrest report, de Blasio gives her address as 181 East End Avenue. That's Gracie Mansion. She was given a desk appearance ticket. A peaceful protest in Minneapolis took a frightening turn earlier this evening. A semi-truck barreled toward a crowd. Police say remarkably no one was seriously injured. This was just one of the several other protests that took place across the country today. ABC's Alex Prochet with details.
Tense moments during a Minneapolis protest. Watch as this tanker barrels through a barrier on the 35W bridge, headed straight for this crowd. Protesters reportedly throwing bicycles under the wheels to slow the truck down.
A semi, there was nobody because they'd stopped traffic. And a semi truck, it must have been going at least 50, 60 miles per hour, just ran through all those people.
No word yet on the person behind the wheel. Sheriff's deputies then moving in to clear the area. This crowd had gathered in a peaceful protest, like many mourners today, paying respects to George Floyd, a black man who died after being pinned down by Derek Chauvin, a white Minneapolis police officer. Investigators looking at new videos showing what appears to be minutes before George Floyd was pinned to the ground and died. Floyd can't be seen on the video, but you can see one officer leaning into the police car, scuffling with Floyd. This following another night of protests, police firing tear gas and rubber bullets trying to disperse the crowds. Local authorities saying they've intercepted communications from extremist groups they believe are using peaceful demonstrators as a cover to cause mayhem.
When we see people setting our buildings and our businesses ablaze, we know those are not people who are interested in protecting black lives.
Numerous states have activated the National Guard to try to calm the unrest. Police in Los Angeles telling ABC News the protests there were mostly peaceful, but some skirmishes gave way to looting. The mayor declaring a citywide curfew. And in the nation's capital, more than 1,000 protesters gathered near the White House, clashing with police and pushing through security barricades. Following Floyd's death, Derek Chauvin was fired and charged with third-degree murder and manslaughter. The other 3 officers at the scene have also lost their jobs, but so far, none have been charged. Alex Prochet, ABC News, Minneapolis.
Now, that former officer charged in George Floyd's death will have his first court appearance tomorrow. Online records also show sheriff's deputies moved Derek Chauvin to a new jail. The 44-year-old was held in what the sheriff's office in Ramsey County, Minnesota called their segregation unit, all for his safety and security. Chauvin faces murder and manslaughter charges. Prosecutors say he held his knee on Floyd's neck for nearly 9 minutes. Free news app.
As the White House continues to blame anti-fascist organizers and anarchists for the violence, President Trump today tweeted that the U.S. will designate Antifa as a terrorist organization. And Attorney General William Barr said federal law enforcement actions will be directed.
KABC. We'll go back to them live. See if we can get them back on. And we will get you an update from LA. So let's join KABC.
Saying, but they have signs that say "I can't breathe," no justice, no peace, and again at this point a very that are they were blocking the middle of the road. Just within the past couple of minutes they've moved off to the side, but you can see the National Guard is on scene here. Quite the scene in downtown Los Angeles to see the National Guard here to protect some of the important city assets, City Hall among them. If you go back towards City Hall, Lawrence, my photographer, you can see the scene here again, very quiet, very peaceful, orderly at this point. No looting, obviously, at this location, at least not at this point. You see a lot of people here, obviously protesting some of what we've seen across the country. Very poignant. I saw one guy walk up just with a shirt that said "End Racism," and a lot of people just have very stoic looks on their faces every now and then, and we're starting to hear that, some of the chanting. "I can't breathe." That's the chant now. "I can't breathe." But again, a peaceful protest here in front of LA City Hall, where the National Guard is here in front of LA City Hall, right in front of them, the LA City Police Department. And again, just very peaceful at this point here in downtown Los Angeles. Back to you.
Hoping, of course, that it stays that way. This is a video earlier. A lot of viewers sharing their video of the mayhem erupting this afternoon in Santa Monica. This video sent in of people attacking an Amazon delivery truck and looting it. This was in Santa Monica. A group of people attacking that truck, grabbing the contents. We don't know what became of the driver of that truck, if he or she is okay. But the truck, as you can see, being looted and everything inside taken away. There's a lot of looting in Santa Monica, and here's more of it. We were watching this earlier today.
We were watching this, and it is just, I mean, people are going in, finding an opportunity, and just taking as much stuff as they can. And when they come out, sometimes we saw earlier with, you know, in Long Beach earlier, but looters actually running into law enforcement who are right at the door.
Right.
So it's, I mean, look at these. Their arms are full of merchandise, and we said it earlier. Some of these, the looting, it's a little more high tech, or you know, today, because they're going to different cars that are waiting. They're scouting out places that look like it's a good opportunity to get merchandise, and they certainly are. They're going in very quickly, coming out. We even see the grocery store and the Vons, and I think we saw Walgreens. People are certainly taking so much stuff, and you can see right there, there's a car there, and just packing it up and then taking off and going on to their next stop. So
people have no connection at all with the protest, and who could forget this scene, that Outfitter store. This was in Long Beach, where looters were going in, stealing stuff. All of a sudden, here come the police, and they come flooding out of that store. This is what you were alluding to earlier.
Yes.
They come flooding out of the store. These officers standing there, they didn't arrest any of them, but they just basically kind of shooed them away. Look at that.
I mean,
they're all running past them. They're not stopping them. They're not detaining them, but they are at least chasing them away. But that wasn't where it ended. You've got officers there, so that's not what was unbeknownst to them, is that not everybody was out of that store. And so they stood there, a phalanx of officers outside, forming a kind of a semicircle around the opening, facing outward, keeping anybody else from coming in, not knowing that there were people still
merchandise and running away. I mean,
and keep in mind, there are police officers about 30 feet from where these people are jumping out of the window, about 30 feet away.
And then they break the plywood, which is what we end up seeing.
Yeah.
They've obviously, they're trying to, I mean, law enforcement, their hands are tied on this sort of situation. There's just so much of it going on that they're trying to at least keep the community protected. Inventory is
Inventory can be replaced,
right.
but it is still infuriating to watch. And this woman here, who's acting as a shield, aiding and abetting the looters, basically helping them out, standing there with her arms up as if to shield the looters from police. It's just an odd thing.
It is. And now let's look at, we're going to take you to Redlands. This was this area today. Loud but peaceful Black Lives Matter protest. Demonstrators, they held a sit-in while others marched through the streets. They chanted slogans including "No justice, no peace," and "I can't breathe." Some of the last words spoken by George Floyd as he was restrained by officers in Minnesota. Organizers saying they coordinated with Redlands police and that the chief expressed his support for their right to protest.
We came together because we felt like Black Lives Matter. It's honestly just as simple as that, and we really wanted to put actions behind our words that we keep saying and be there and be the voices for the people who have lost their voices. We're just fighting for the simple equality that all of us should share.
And the protesters say this is just the beginning and that they want the momentum to keep going.
Tommy Tunson is a former police chief in Arvin, California, and director of public safety training at Bakersfield College. He is the author of a policing model called transformative policing. And I think if ever there was a time for policing to be transformed, that would be a great time. Mr. Tunson, joining us via Skype. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
All right. So there's so much to unpack here. If you want to first talk about the type of policing that led to the death of George Floyd and has led to the deaths of so many other unarmed African Americans.
You know, it's a shame that we have come this far in progress in America and we still have the same old nemesis that we had when I was a child. This is my fourth one. 1965 in Los Angeles, Watts. Rodney King in 92, Ferguson with Michael Brown, and now this with George Floyd. This is just, it's unconscionable, and we have got to do better and do different in policing.
Well, let's talk about that. What do you think needs to change?
The transformational policing model that I put together discusses the very root and heart of why there's so much police distrust. It was very, very hard for me, despite 30 years in law enforcement, to watch what happened to him. That was just unconscionable. It literally brought tears to my eyes to watch that, because I've arrested a lot of people and never treated anybody like that. And I've seen it before, and it was just unconscionable. My transformational policing model goes to the root of distrust in American history, and we dissect it, go through it with law enforcement and community members to show how important it is to simply understand the frustration that is felt by African Americans, because it's been decades. It didn't just happen last Monday. It's been decades. It's been brewing, and I have tried, and others like me have tried to make sure that we do something to educate our colleagues in law enforcement and our community members to understand that we are one people. This is one America, and we've got to show that we care.
One of the things that people who speak out about this and who speak out frankly in favor of the police officers in these and other instances say is that if you comply, you don't have to worry about this. But I haven't found that to be the case. And a lot of people have not found that to be the case. And I'm talking about Breonna Taylor in Louisville, Kentucky. Arguably, there's video, there doesn't seem to be any video yet showing George Floyd resisting. So compliance doesn't seem to work. And what are we supposed to do?
I understand, and I think the law enforcement agencies need to have much better, closer more genuine education into the feelings of how people feel when they're contacted by law enforcement. There's that conversation that my mother had with me, that most African American parents have with their kids. That needs to be talked to and shown to both sides of the fence, the officers and to the community members, because it's an important conversation. And the only way we're going to get through this is to have joint community collaboration. There's still hurt feelings for what happened even as far back as the Emancipation Proclamation. And these are the things that should be talked about so that police officers understand how communities of color feel. And communities of color should understand the roles and responsibility of the criminal justice system and law enforcement.
You're absolutely right on so much of that. It's something that it's so sad to think, though, that parents, African American parents, have to sit down with their children and have a different conversation about what they need to do if they encounter law enforcement. It's heartbreaking, but you're gonna, we have a whole new generation who are watching what's taking place. We certainly are talking to our children about why are they seeing these images on TV. You have to explain the George Floyd situation, and something that you don't really want to have a conversation about, but this is a conversation that happens all the time within the African American community. And I don't know how kids feel safe when they're walking down the street, and they are being very good as well. It's scary.
It's a difficult conversation. As an Army veteran, it's very difficult for me to go serve my country overseas, come back home, and then have the N-word leveled upon me by others. And it's just real difficult to have to live with and do that when you serve your country and you come back to this. We're getting a little better, but the education needs to kick up substantially. Police academies need to talk about, just as important as a homicide investigative course, is the cultural diversity training that needs to go on to law enforcement agencies nationwide. And more hours need to be spent dissecting, analyzing, and breaking down the cultural differences in America today.
I think if there was just an issue of, or the process of treating everyone the same, if that's the cry we keep hearing, that is what we keep hearing from young people who are out on the street today and who we've been talking to, treat black kids the same way as you treat white kids. Treat a black suspect the same way as you treat a white suspect, as you treat a Hispanic suspect, an Asian suspect. Everybody, don't come down on this guy's neck when you wouldn't do it against this guy. And I think that has been something that's I don't know if that's sensitivity training or not. That just seems to be fairly basic. Treat everyone the same.
It's sensitivity training. I mean, you got to understand American history. We didn't get here today because everybody has been treated, as the Constitution said, freedom and justice for all and equal opportunity to everybody. That hasn't been the way that American history has gone. That's why you have this. Of course, ideally, everybody should be treated the same, but that hasn't happened in my lifetime. I truly hope that it happens in my grandkids' lifetime, because I just had this talk with my grandson about how he should behave, and he lives in Atlanta. And my granddaughter, who lives out in Riverside County, I just had this talk with them how to behave and how to conduct themselves. And both asked me, why should we have to behave different if we're an American citizen? And I said, history is slow to change.
People are upset about. That's what people are upset about. Why should I have to go to take all these extra steps just to protect myself and to have the same, courtesies or whatever rights as anyone else? And people, I think people are tired of that.
I will tell you what has happened today and this past week. We need to take notice. All parents need to take notice. We are experiencing a generational change. The generation today, how they feel, how they think, how they believe is different than the generation 20 years ago or 40 years ago. And we need to understand they don't understand the history. They want to be treated as though they are the same as anyone they serve.
And by the way, Tommy, when you're seeing the way law enforcement is handling the current situation, much different each time any sort of these riots happen, you see something different, the shift in how law enforcement is handling it. How do you feel they're handling it now?
I feel good to see that the officer, for committing a crime that if anybody else would have been committed, they would have been arrested, brought forthwith to answer. I commend the police chief of Minneapolis for taking immediate and swift actions. I hope action is taken on the other 3 officers who stood by, because I have been in situations as a police officer that I have actually pulled officers away from hurting anybody unnecessarily. So I applaud law enforcement. Several of my former chief colleagues have also stated how important and how proud they are of the swift action, but it's not going to take care of the family of Mr. Floyd, which was, even for me, after 30 years, was very difficult to watch. And I feel the pain of his family.
All right, Tommy Tunson, we thank you very much. Transformative policing, thank you very much for your input tonight.
Thank you both. My pleasure. And be safe to everybody out there. This is still America.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you. All right. Well, now we're going to go to Leanne Suter. She is live in Santa Monica, where she's been there all day. And you're with an interview as well, Leanne.
Yes, I have with me now Santa Monica Police Chief Cynthia Renaud. Chief, talk to me about what you have seen today here in Santa Monica.
Well, what I've seen, unfortunately, is a peaceful protest get taken over by violent criminals who had an intention to loot and commit criminal acts. And in doing so, really overshadow the purpose of this peaceful protest, which is about the life of Mr. Floyd.
And we have seen a lot of damage here in kind of downtown area. Do you know how kind of widespread and kind of what you're seeing and how much you're seeing?
Yes, the damage is mostly contained to our downtown area, and that's what we're working on now. As you can tell, this is a rich opportunity for that type of activity. We are moving east to the city. We have substantial assets in the city now with mutual aid fully deployed. The National Guard is on scene in the city of Santa Monica and will be with us through the remainder of this. We have made hundreds of arrests for both looting and criminal activity, and we will continue that until our city is 100% secured.
The city initiated that curfew, that 4 p.m. curfew. Did it help in trying to bring this under control? And kind of what are you guys dealing with tonight in terms of the curfew?
I think the curfew is important. I think it's a message to all of our residents about the importance for them to stay safe inside their homes. And it is also a legal ability to try and control the criminal activity. So we have seen people who are reacting to the curfew. They know that there's a curfew in place, so we've made arrests for that as well.
And tonight you still say you still have some groups out there that you are trying to kind of clear the area. What's the game plan for tonight and kind of how do you guys do that?
So we do have some groups still in the city of Santa Monica. They're actively being addressed by the mutual aid and all of our partner law enforcement agencies. And the plan is that we're going to arrest them.
You saw what unfolded yesterday in LA. You knew you had a protest coming here. I'm going to assume you were hoping things would remain peaceful. How are you feeling about what you actually saw happen?
Right, and hope is not a strategy, and so we certainly had plans in place. We had a majority of our department called in to work today, but even with that, even a city that's 8 square miles away, Santa Monica is not nearly the size of Los Angeles. There is so much real estate and so many stores, and it is difficult to control even with a full police force, and I think we saw that in Los Angeles last night. The one thing I can say is that the cooperation between the law enforcement agencies here in Los Angeles County has been spectacular, along with all of the agencies that deployed their resources to me today: Hawthorne, Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, Beverly Hills, Culver City. Chief Mike Moore has been here helping, and Sheriff Villanueva I just spoke with, who is here with his assets.
clear all of the streets. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, if the chief is still there was one question specifically to address that and try to stop those caravans.
They were able to watch a lot from Air 7. They saw caravans of cars coming in, carrying specifically looters coming in like that. What have you guys been able to do to address that kind of specific issue?
So I forgot to mention the help from the California Highway Patrol. So we closed the freeway exits coming into Santa Monica, and we attempted to place police cars at the main border entries into the city. We saw the same thing. Once again, in an open society with so many entry points into the city, but we worked on securing the main entry points to try and stop some of that traffic.
It really was a tough fight, I know, for you guys, because we saw them moving so quickly from spot to spot, so it's very difficult to kind of nail them all down.
Yeah, and I can't thank enough my brave men and women of the Santa Monica Police Department who are out there putting it on the line to protect property and to protect life. And again, my great gratitude and thanks to our Los Angeles County law enforcement partners and our partners from Ventura County and beyond.
Really was a key effort. Thank you very much, Chief. I know you have to run. She is wanted for many of the other things going on in the city. Thank you very much for that. As you said, the effort continuing tonight here in Santa Monica to really clear the streets. It really has become a very a deserted ghost town, at least in the area that we're standing. But as you heard her say, they still have an issue on the east part of the city. That's where they are really trying to clear it up, trying to wrap up all of those final protesters and the final crowds that remain here in Santa Monica. Live in Santa Monica, Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Leanne, thank you very much for that live report. Great insight from the Chief of Police there in Santa Monica. Well, we have been seeing so much looting today. Our Veronica Miracle, she is live in our Content Command Center with more on this. Veronica?
Well, Colleen, when we started at noon, the protest in Santa Monica was very peaceful. There were a couple hundred people marching through the streets, but then it quickly devolved when there were some agitators that came in. Take a look at the video here, and we're just going to show you all of the different scenes that we saw play out over the last couple of hours, starting at noon all the way until taking a look at is kind of the start of that looting that we saw. Some people going in and smashing the windows to a shoe store, and we saw this man in particular with the yellow gloves really show us that it was such an organized crime situation here. You know, they had garbage bags, their masks covering their faces. This man here with just loads of merchandise in his arms, and in fact that black car there, we'll come back to that in a little bit, but that's a getaway car, one of many that we saw positioned throughout Santa Monica.
Commanders, based upon field observations, made a specific and explicit decision to give focus to that area, to address that group, and ultimately to affect the rest, as you're seeing happening now. So the situation.
Can you join WCVB right now? Because WCVB was just doing a report in Boston. Okay, looks like we can't get their feed on right now. I'm going to see if we can get WCVB right now. Can we join WCVB in Boston? Because it looks like we're having a developing situation in Boston. Hang on. Flash might not be allowed, so that could be the reason why we've been having issues. Okay, we are having an issue with WZVB right now. Okay. Alright, let me try something else to get WZVB on. There might be a way to make it work. Hang on. Hang on. I got an idea. Perfect. Okay. Thought I had something here with WZVB, but here we go.
And I use the word violent just in terms of destructive.
So let's join WZVB in Boston.
On a Sunday night.
On a Sunday night.
This
the
is
last
not
one in May.
Right. Especially now during the pandemic, and there's allegedly there's supposed to be, the curfew in place in Boston, and still pretty active in certain spots.
That's a Boylston Street scene. One side of the road, and on the other side of the road, there are protesters, Black Lives Matters protesters, and the volume of traffic continues to, Normally in the city, you'd see a great number of cars in the street, but not during the last 2.5 months, 3 months.
Right. And again, you see state police vehicles there now assisting Boston police. And then this is exactly what I was trying to say just a few moments ago, is that you see people calmly walking down the street, people who have protested. Some of them made that 3-mile trek from Nubian Square in Roxbury all the way to the State House. And there they are, going back to where it is they live, and there's peace there. And then you can turn the corner and things erupt, or you turn the corner and something's being looted and stolen and taken and destroyed. People's businesses are being destroyed. People's businesses that have already suffered so much during the pandemic. And now they'll wake up tomorrow morning and say, okay, how do I get these windows fixed? What is next for me?
Now they have to deal with that. Right.
Now you deal with that. And again, what does the city of Boston look like tomorrow when the sun comes up and you see?
When, as we've told you, when more people can go into the city and begin to open up some offices. So
25%
more
capacity.
volume.
In office buildings.
Is our Nicole Burley still on scene in front of that concept store? Because if she is, I'm curious if they're still emptying out that store, even at 11. He's trying to get through. He'll make it through. Todd Kaskevich is on Newbury Street. Todd, we saw some looting at the UGG store. What are you seeing
That's
now?
not good. That's a Massachusetts State's patrolman trying to get through a crowd right now.
And that's exactly where we are right now. You look at the front door, it's all smashed in. We're standing in glass, going to try to get out of the way of that. And if you look inside, you can see they toppled over pretty much everything. Anything of value was taken. As we pull out here and look to the left here out front, look down there. Even one of the mannequins toppled over. As we take a little walk here along Newbury Street, we'll see what else we can come up with. Hangers in the street, bags. Even look to my left here. There's some shoes. Clearly these are, well, it looks like they're new shoes that maybe didn't fit, or they're the old shoes that were exchanged for the stolen shoes. We'll take a little walk here along Newbury Street, and this is now a secured area. State police, and we even saw some officers from Chelsea Police are here, and they have the long batons out. They're certainly ready to restore order. All of the litter you see on the ground, it's shoe boxes, it's bags from inside these stores.
Is it all
the
from
really sad part is it was just last week or so. It was just last week or so. You know, we were doing a report on all the retail stores reopening.
Right.
I'm sorry, Ed, go ahead.
Right. I was going to say, is it from the UGG store or other stores damaged along that block?
Other stores as well, Ed, and there's graffiti, there's windows smashed. It's a pretty sad sight to see. At this point, things are pretty calm. There's the street is vehicular traffic, but pedestrians here, people taking in the scene, looking at the damage, shocked by what they see in our own city. And as we approach this intersection here, Newbury and Clarendon, obviously you see the police in riot gear, and this is what it's come to tonight. Okay, this is as far as they're going to let us go, so we'll stop here.
Todd,
but obviously it's the same scene further down Newbury Street.
Todd, is it possible for you to go back down to that UGG?
Go ahead, Maria.
I'm sorry. Is it possible for you to go back down to that UGG store and just give us just a good look inside, or did you just walk a good block there? I don't want to make you do that again.
Absolutely, we'll head back down there. Oh no, it's that's what tonight's all about. We're just taking in the scene and surveying the damage.
And that's interesting what you said about that.
It's as if a natural disaster has hit,
right.
and you have to survey the damage. And the sad part is this is it. And you see all the debris on the ground. Those are boxes from all these stores. That's not just trash that was discarded from someone's car or a trash bag.
Right.
And you said, Todd, that they're not
making our way back to the UGG store now.
Yeah, they're not allowing people down the street. You can't get. I mean, you got to this block, but you're on the street, huh?
Yeah, they closed it down, so I guess we're sort of limited to a certain section of Newbury. Here's another store.
That's
this is
Barber store, yeah.
Barber. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. Maybe it's Barbour. You see the front window there, all smashed in. There's actually some merchandise left in there, which is good to see. But, here again, you see one of the mannequins,
wow.
Out here on the ground, just left there. The looting didn't discriminate. A lot of high-end places and obviously a lot of convenience stores as well. But here on Newbury Street, it's predominantly high-end stores.
The UGG store is right up there on the left.
It's just smashed glass everywhere. People obviously grabbing whatever in the store, Maria. And what you see here, just all smashed glass. And we'll give you another look there inside.
There you go.
And
that's Dan Lang with you.
Thank glass, you. Broken glass. I don't see any merchandise really.
That store is cleaned out.
That's what I thought when you first showed it. Yep. So that store has been cleaned out, and it's interesting, Todd, because a lot of stores, Macy's for one, they boarded things up earlier, much earlier, in anticipation that this could be a possibility, and now we see that it's not only a possibility; it is a reality.
Yes, and you know, the really sad part, as we've been reporting all along, is a lot of these stores, if not all of these stores, have been closed for the past couple of months. And now they're on the verge of reopening. I just want to draw your attention back to Newbury Street. We see a long line of police vehicles, blue lights active. They are clearly standing by. At this point, it's not clear to us what the mission is, what the location, the destination is, but it is very clear that police are going to get control back of the city in all of the areas where, you know, it was mayhem for a time tonight.
For a long time tonight, that was. And like we said, perhaps around 9 o'clock is when it all started, and then here we are, 10 minutes to 12, and it's just, it is still flaring in certain hotspots. Todd, thank you for the tour of Newbury Street. Thank you.
Todd, thank you so much. So the governor is tweeting now at this hour at 11:49, and we're going to get that for you right now in 1 second. So we'll let you know what he says. We told you what Marty.
The murder of George Floyd. I'll read that. The murder of George Floyd at the hands of police was a horrible tragedy, one of the countless tragedies to befall people of color across the United States. The vast majority of protesters today did so peacefully toward a common goal of promoting justice and equality. I am deeply thankful for their voices and their positive, forceful message. I also want to express my gratitude to all police officers and first responders working to protect the people of Boston from the individuals whose violent actions, looting and property destruction was criminal and cowardly, and distracted from the powerful statement made today by thousands of Massachusetts residents. That was from the governor.
And Boston police continue to tweet, and they continue to ask people to get out of the city, and peaceful protesters, please leave the city right now. But we have seen in certain spots that is not happening. Let's go to our Peter Eliopoulos, who is live again. And Peter, this is for people who may be just joining us or who just joined us later this evening. You were in Nubian Square since at what time?
Let's see, we got there at around 2 o'clock, I think it was, and around 2:33 is when the first group started showing up, and the people who got there first were people who were taking safety really seriously. They were wearing vests, and they were the ones who really acted as the police escorts, if you will, along that protest and the demonstration route along Washington Street throughout the city. Instead of having police lining every single street corner, making sure no one drove in and ran people over, they had them at the other end, and then they had those people instead standing there, and they lined the protest route instead of having the police. And then as that happened, they went down Washington Street, and we went down Washington Street 3 miles rather. It took about 2 hours, and then we came over here to where we are right now. We're on Tremont Street. The State House is right over there, and at 9 o'clock tonight, which is when that not the shelter in place, the stay-at-home curfew goes into effect in the city of Boston for the coronavirus. That's also right around time that it really started getting dark out, and that's where things really escalated and they started to deteriorate, because what was once peaceful out at the Common, out at the State House, was no longer peaceful, and we saw people tearing down street signs right here. I mean, here's just one example. I mean, this was standing upright today, and we'll go for a little walk. We'll show you. I know Todd was just now as well, but this is a salon right here, and it was the front glass awning shattered, and the side window as well was also shattered. We just saw someone coming over here and kicking this in just for the sake of it, and you can hear it. It looks like it wants to maybe come down, so we'll step back. But that just kind of underscores what we've been seeing today. This is a small portion of it, but what I bring us back to is that this once started very peaceful. Everyone was peaceful. Everyone had safety in the forefronts of their minds. And then things started to deteriorate, and then things were no longer peaceful. It turned into a riot, which then turned to looting, which Todd just showed you just now. But that's where things stand right now. I will say that things have really dissipated. We'll take a look onto Tremont Street, which was once filled with people, and there's hardly anyone here anymore. And this is where we also saw earlier on in the newscast where you saw someone mow down with their car several people. We saw that. We saw them mow down at least one person, and then I had witnesses. You just saw those fireworks go off over there. Witnesses say they saw 5 people hit by that car, and then people are still out here, I guess, lighting off fireworks and such. We did hear tear gas a little while ago, but largely in comparison to what we were seeing before when there were thousands and thousands of people lining Washington Street throughout the city of Boston, that's no longer the case. People are going home, although this big group of people, I'm not sure where they're coming from. They weren't here a few minutes ago, but yeah,
Peter,
back to you guys in the studio.
Sure. Just when we say, oh, it looks like things are lightening up and the crowds are really thinned out, and that this is exactly what happens, and then we just saw the fireworks going off behind you there. But this is obviously peaceful at this moment, and right around the corner, Newbury and Boylston Street. And we saw Newbury Street is now shut down, right, to people.
You've been isolated and protected. You can't get through the area.
Right, and
this is the largest group of people we've seen for a while.
Yeah, you're right, Ed. You're right. And it was so interesting what Todd was bringing up, and it's just mind-boggling. But the trash on the streets are either things that were being thrown back and forth, police and protesters, or they're boxes of items that have been stolen right out of stores all evening long. And that's what you see. So that cleanup will have to happen as well.
I go back to those images from Minneapolis that we showed on camera with the officer with his knee on the head of George Floyd, and the heart-wrenching last words of George Floyd, and the profound effect that has had on the entire United States. It really has. Not just Minneapolis.
And like you said, beyond.
He's from Houston, not just Houston. It's had an effect on everyone. Yeah, and beyond, right. It's reached London, it's reached Denmark.
Mm-hmm. So people are still trickling through the streets here of Boston as you continue to look live just before midnight. And again, a reminder that tomorrow was supposed to be the day in that city of Boston where some things were slowly going to start to open. They were going to go to 25% capacity at some businesses there, and people were trying to pick up their takeout game and hope that would happen. And we've seen restaurants smashed.
That's their maze, and they're banging on the glass there. This is what, Arlington and Boylston, right?
Yep, and then you see that the window to the left is boarded up, but this one isn't, so that one's now being attacked.
Or did they just take the board off that window?
Oh, maybe they did. Perhaps they did.
There's the board right there.
Well, so they're taking the boards down and using them as a way to get into these stores. But now we see a lot of people running.
Police showing up right now.
So the Four Seasons is right around the corner from there. Oh, that's the Arlington T station right there.
A number of police, far more police on the scene of that than there were looters, and they scattered.
And I'm not sure that they were able to get in.
At least the ones that we saw were not able to get in. I don't know if anyone else did, certainly.
Exactly. So Arlington Street becoming a crime scene. All of these little places, Newbury Street, Boylston Street, all of these stores damaged, restaurants. I think Peter was standing in front of a hair salon, and hair salons were just allowed to reopen with special protections and provisions, and now it's a whole new ball game tomorrow morning. And how do they recover from this? from all this damage, and they have to start again with that.
Yeah, when you think of what 2020 has done in just a short 5 months or so now.
And look at all of the traffic still. Clarendon Wine.
Yeah, this is Clarendon Wine.
Sorry about the language, everybody. You're looking live again at another business that's been destroyed. Not destroyed, but at that moment it's been attacked, if you will. Some businesses have been destroyed. And a lot of cars on the streets of Boston.
A lot of cars. I mean, it's midnight, and a lot of cars turning down, coming up towards you from Boylston, turning down Arlington.
We try to give you a sense of exactly where you are and where all of this has been. And it's really impacted so many parts of the city. So we saw those people get run over in certain areas right near Chinatown. And we saw everything that was going on at the State House. And now we're at Arlington Street. And, you know, if you've grown up here or have lived here, these are streets that I'm looking at the area of Emerson and I'm thinking, oh, I brought my daughter to college, or I went to college on the other side of that, and those are your memories. And then you look and you see all of this that's happening, and this is the new way you're looking at it, through this lens, this lens of this destruction that's come out of this really what was by all accounts, a peaceful protest. Let's go to our Todd Kaskevich, who is on Newbury Street. Yes, Todd, are you still on Newbury Street? I actually don't know where you are. I'm sorry about that.
Well, Maria, we're here on Boylston Street. This is Clarendon Wine. As you can see, this is one of the many stores that has been looted tonight. The front door smashed in, and a lot of alcohol. As a result, you see just a few bottles of juice there on the ground. And over to my left, if you look here on the ground, you see a couple things of note, including the drawer from the cash register itself. So obviously that was looted. There's a couple of packs of cigarettes on the ground. Just a short time ago, within eyesight of the Boston police officers who are keeping watch over this, a man came over within eyesight of the officers, picked up a pack of cigarettes and tried to take it away. Obviously, they didn't let that happen, and they informed him that was in fact looting and that was illegal. But it gives you a sense of just how bold people are, even though the mob has moved on. The reason why we're over here on Boylston, by the way, we had been on Newbury Street, and the police wouldn't let us go any further than Clarendon, and so we decided to come up this side of Boylston so we could see if we can get all the way to the other end of Newbury and get a sense of how things look over there. And on our way, we stumbled upon this liquor store that has been looted. This is right here on Boylston, really in the midst of Copley Square, and people had the audacity to just break right in to this small business and help themselves to whatever alcohol they wanted. Truly a sad scene, but this is one of many that we've seen here tonight. Ed, Maria?
And Todd, we continue to say it, but that's a business that has seen decreased traffic. Their businesses, a lot of businesses reported they've been down 60, 70, 80, 90% of their business. And then tomorrow morning, all their cigarettes are gone. You just showed us. A lot of their alcohol is gone. Their windows are smashed. And now they have to pick up those pieces. Yes, a lot of people have insurance, but really it's just so they have to deal with that.
Absolutely, Maria. And, you know, the sad irony here is this started as a protest against perceived injustice, right? And then it has ended with an injustice against another innocent person. It's hard to wrap your mind around that, but that's the situation that we have here tonight. And we're seeing it time and again. We saw it on Newbury Street, a lot of the higher end stores, but this is a small business, you know? This is not one of those high fashionable stores. And unfortunately, you know, the mob was did not discriminate. They just looted, smashed, looted whatever they could get. And in this case, it was alcohol and it was cigarettes. So we're going to continue walking along and see what else we can find here tonight. But obviously, there's a whole lot of cleanup to be done tomorrow. There's a whole lot of damage. There's a whole lot of loss, further economic loss to this city as a result of this here tonight.
Well put, Todd. Be safe, please, as you make that journey down. Let's go to our Sharman Sacchetti right now. Sharman, you're with the National Guard.
That's right. I'm here at the corner of Tremont and Boylston Street, and you can see the line of National Guardsmen right here behind me, just sort of blocking off that street to common traffic. There's a lot of traffic here on Boylston next to me. Over here on the left, this is what we have. This is the remnants of this protest. The big broken windows. They're boarding these up right now, trying to make that at least a little bit safe and protected until they can repair it. So a lot of anger. You know, I've been out here all day. We were here at 3 in the afternoon when the protest started on Government Center, and they were largely peaceful. And then the one at the State House was largely peaceful. And then it all turned. It all turned a few hours ago, and we saw police cars backing down Beacon Street with people throwing objects at it. We saw fires burning at the Common and the Public Garden. And now you're hearing fireworks. That's likely fireworks behind us. In fact, just a couple of minutes ago, we saw more being thrown into the street. And so that's what the city is right now. The National Guard is here. Its presence is here, and it is felt certainly, and likely police will get some help from them tonight. We're live here at Tremont and Boylston. Sharman Sacchetti, WCVB News Center 5.
Sharman, we've had a wonderful opportunity to see the great pictures that you all have provided us tonight. Tell me what the feel is like in the city, the tension, the pressure, the feel in the city when this was happening.
I mean, it changed, Ed. I was up on Beacon Hill. We were at the State House. There was a protest underway. People were kneeling on the ground and in silence. I got a very passionate interview with a woman who really felt strongly about this. And then it changed. It was like when it got a little bit dark out, that's when things started to shift. And the vibe kind of is a little scary out here right now, if I could say that. It's people are angry. There is a lot of anger out there. And it's certainly palpable in the air. People feel emboldened right now. These fine folks are boarding up their broken windows right now. And we apologize for some of that language that's happening. You know, we do our best here on live TV. And so there is definitely a lot of anger out there, a lot of people who are very passionate right now about this issue. Let's go ahead and send it back to you.
Sure. All right, Sharman, thank you very much. Sharman Sacchetti is at the corner of Tremont and Boylston. And there is a person who has just loaded his or her arms with every jacket that they could find.
Oh my goodness!
And they're coming out of the stores now with, I can't see what the store is.
Dorothy, who's there? Sean Chiabat. Oh, let's go to Sean Chiabat.
Yeah,
Sean,
can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, all right. We're right outside of Copley Place here, and obviously people have smashed through the doors here. There have been dozens upon dozens of people going in and out. They're pulling up with their cars. In fact, I saw people with large buckets, trash cans, wheeling out of the mall here, absolutely looting the entire mall. There is people have stolen so much that they've left some behind because they have their arms completely full. There is no semblance of any police presence here at this point, and it just is a free-for-all. And unfortunately, it is a total free-for-all. So again, we keep on having more cars that are pulling up, stopping, leaving their cars running as they run in and steal and pilfer from all of these stores. So you can see as people are walking out with bags and bags, it's like they did their own shopping, bagged their own items with the bags that are in the store and are leaving. This is crime on live television happening without any regard for what they're doing.
Well,
obviously, the concern is here. They see us. Our camera is here, right across the street. We're obvious. They don't care. If you look to the left, there's more people running in.
This guy's right in front of you.
You know what's interesting is you see the jackets there, but see the security stuff. So they've obviously gone in and cut all of those things,
right?
And stolen all of that. And
that's his license.
Right. Right.
And Sean, it amazes me the steady stream of people in and out. It's 12:08 in the morning.
This is as if it was a 2-for-1 sale here. I mean, this is just people coming in as if this is their own personal shopping place, and it's everything's free.
You hear the
This is
police now.
unbelievable.
The question is, where are the police?
No.
And we've seen them.
I hear signs, but the sirens are blocks and blocks away. So there's nothing here. There are no police here right now.
So
there
we
are,
watch
in
this
fact,
all-
police across. Let me tell you that there are police across the street. There were police across the street, but they were guarding another building and not doing anything. So I'm not entirely sure what.
That's Neiman Marcus, by the way.
How long this is going to go on? So, I'm sorry?
No, we're just describing the scene.
It was Neiman Marcus that we were watching, and people just taking items by the armfuls, just stealing from these stores.
And that activity has been going on for a number of hours now already. We have seen a number of it with jewelry stores in downtown Crossing, clothing stores here.
To the Walgreens, where people were taking toilet paper.
There's a guy who has 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes of shoes in his hands. All outside of Copley Plaza.
This is mayhem now. And there's still a lot of cars on the streets, and people are going in with bags, going in taking bags, filling up bags, and just flat out stealing on live television. Let's get to our Todd Kaskiewicz. Todd, are you still on Boylston?
Hi, Maria. We're on Boylston near Exeter Street. We're still trying to make our way parallel along Boylston, along Newbury, I should say. But clearly there's a scene here. You see the Boston EMS ambulance coming through. Back to the right, you see that SWAT vehicle up there. And we've seen a lot of damage here on Boylston as well, just as we have the rest of our walk. The scene here, it just feels a little more tense than what we've seen over the past few minutes. We know that obviously not everyone has gone home. Not all crowds have dissipated. We're hearing a lot of horns honking. A lot of people screaming. So we're going to watch her and see if we can get a sense of what's going on here. Again, this probably familiar with that as a landmark, but a large police presence here still at this hour, and we're finally seeing more police than rioters at this point. But we see police with long guns, with the dogs out. Clearly at this point, it is time to restore order, and that seems to be what is happening at this hour.
Todd, you use the word tense. It feels more tense even at 12:11 in the morning, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of surprising because you would have thought that things had been dissipating and the situation seemed to be a little more calm, but yet at this point there are people still here. It's still amped up. And there's a much larger police presence here now than we've seen earlier. So just to give you a sense of some of the agencies that we're seeing here and why there is such a large police presence, the NEMLEC officers are here. So those come from various police departments. You might be able to see to the right of our camera position there, you see a Lawrence police cruiser. So clearly this was a mutual aid situation that just, as we all saw on live TV, just got it way out of hand tonight very quickly.
Todd Kaskiewicz, who was on Boylston Street. They were the marathon works of art. You can see right in front, right there. That gives you an idea where he is.
So as Todd just said, things are starting. They're still tense. out there, and we have seen looting like I've never seen on Copley Place, Neiman Marcus,
Downtown
the
Crossing.
UGG store, Downtown Crossing,
Yeah, jewelry
from
store.
Walgreens to the UGG store to jewelry stores, and people just going right in on live television and smashing windows.
That concept store on Boylston Street. Cars pulling up in front, dropping people off, and people filling up their arms, filling up their bags, filling up whatever. These people are absolutely identifiable.
And you see a lot of the stolen merchandise, but with the security things still on them.
Okay, folks, we're breaking in right now. We're breaking in because
in his hands.
We're getting
right
reports
there.
right now that there is an
And
extreme
he's just taken
situation
off.
in Washington, D.C.
Peter Eliopoulos has been in the city all night long. Peter,
Let's see. I don't know if I want to leave Boston because Boston has a different situation right now. Unless maybe I can do 2 in 1 and try to get. Hang on for a sec, folks. See what I can do.
That car that was covered in toilet paper there, and it sounds like folks are trying to get through over here now. We just saw a Humvee.
Yeah, I'm listening to Charlton DeSouza right now on a private Facebook feed. Yes, and I'm just keeping an eye on LA. LA, I'm seeing some sort of police activity over there right now.
So far tonight, but let's take a walk a little bit more this way, and we can see. We'll move over here for a second, and we'll send it back. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, be safe.
Okay, be safe. So we noticed that there are Belmont Police, Lexington Police. So as we were saying a little bit earlier, they're now Boston Police, National Guard, Mass State Police, getting this assist from area police departments, and because as Todd Kaskevich just said, order needs to be restored in the city of Boston, and at this hour, at 12:15, it is not. It is not. People are looting the stores there. They are.
Yes, so we are receiving reports, looting and destruction being reported in Boston and in Washington, D.C. right now. So if you are just joining this late, that's the situation. So that's the way things look right now.
12:16 in the morning. It is Monday morning. It is June 1st. It's a new month. And it's yet at this point in time, if you look at the city from where that helicopter is, it may not look as tense as it has been. But if you look at it from the street, it is still tense. This early Monday morning, late Sunday night, however you want to call it. Todd Kaskevich is right there. Todd?
Well, Ed, we're here on Boylston Street, and again, this is basically right next to Lord and Taylor. You see a large police presence here. This seems to be a mobilization point, if you will. For
All right, I'm going to see if I can get the CBS affiliate of DC on right now. I have a way to do it. WUSA is a very good affiliate, so I'll try to join them in right now. Try to get CBS.
We believe National Guard troops on a Department of Correction bus.
Okay.
We also saw a Humvee roll down the street a few minutes before that. So, clearly at this point, the time for protesting, peaceful protesting.
Yes, Charlton DeSouza is in Brooklyn right now covering protest in Brooklyn, but the situation in Brooklyn looks more under control right now than the situations in Boston and in Washington, D.C. right now. LA is still seeing violent incidents, but not as severe as what we're seeing in Boston and not as severe as what we are seeing right now in Washington, D.C., where numerous sources are confirming that looting is being reported near the White House. Looting is being reported near the White House.
It's a conglomerate.
So we are trying to join in with WUSA. We're going to do a dual screen. It's just incredible what's going on in Boston and in... Yeah, here we go. I'm able to do a dual screen. Let's put the display capture on.
People just going right into the stores, taking every single thing that they could possibly.
I have WZVB on this window.
Grabbing bags, filling their bags.
Here we go.
And stealing from one business after another.
Yes, so as you can see here, just utter chaos in DC and utter chaos in Boston.
Because we're supposed to be socially distancing.
And here's the alarming thing. Massachusetts was supposed to be in phase 1 of their reopening plan tomorrow for COVID. Yeah, I don't know what's worse. It looks like this Boston situation... It looks like the DC situation is calming down right now. The situation in Boston, however, is not calming down.
Put stuff in their car and went back into the mall to loot again. There is absolutely no fear of the crime that they're committing. We did see 2 police vehicles drive by a short time ago with their lights and sirens on, slow as they saw throngs of looters leaving the Copley Place Mall, but then continue going. At this point,
okay, we're getting reports that the Apple store in Brooklyn was vandalized.
And park their cars in the middle of the street. Obviously, with
very awful to see what the situation. I just got a video from Brooklyn.
Some folks that are still trying to just break the glass, do whatever damage they can. Even, you know, senseless violence that doesn't seem to have any purpose here, guys. This is certainly not the peaceful protest that we were looking at.
That is just awful. I'm looking at a video and I'm not allowed to show it on the air because it's very vulgar to show you what it's going to say, but I know that Apple store very well in downtown Brooklyn, and I can tell you that downtown Brooklyn is better than that. Downtown Brooklyn is a whole lot better than what I'm seeing in Charlton DeSouza's video right now. So that is just awful to even see right now. So again, you are looking at both Boston and in Washington, D.C. right now. D.C. situation is calming down. The situation in Boston is starting to calm down. Starting to, but we are seeing more looting in Boston right now.
Marty Walsh will be making public remarks at noon tomorrow.
Alright, they just made an announcement that the mayor of Boston, Marty Walsh, will be speaking tomorrow at noon. Oh, folks, I do apologize for what WCVB is showing right now. I do apologize for that.
We're across the street from Copley Place, where this is basically Neiman Marcus.
So again, anybody asking about Brooklyn, the situation in downtown Brooklyn along Flatbush Avenue has calmed down.
People are running into the store. They're parking their cars on the street, abandoning their cars just so they can go in and continue to loot and steal from whatever is left in this mall. We got here again about half hour ago, and it was going just as strongly as it is now. It's been constant. The police have come by, but haven't stopped, haven't tried to break up any of the looting that's going on here. Obviously, they have probably some big...
I'm going to try to get you a video from D.C.
But there's no sense of order. There's no sense of control here. Not at all.
So you've been there for half an hour, and this has just continued.
Unchecked.
No, I did not.
Completely unchecked, right?
Actually, I want to direct your attention, if you can see, there are now some police vehicles. As we mentioned that, some police vehicles that are now pulling up.
Okay.
And there are actually some, there we go. There's some police in full gear, rounding the corner around Copley Place Mall here. Yes, guys.
Alright, it appears the National Guard is appearing in downtown Boston right now. That is actually a very welcome sight. Wow, amazing. The National Guard is arriving in that mall, and the people are still looting in the mall right now. Incredible. Just incredible.
just now this has happened, and a lot of the damage has been done. We've been watching. All of these people.
Let me check to see if I can go on.
Of merchandise over and over and over again.
Yeah, and you can see that the police here.
Yes, so as you can see here, this is one of the protests from DC on the left side of your screen right now.
So obviously those are the non-lethal weapons that they have. They are chasing them off. People are running.
Let's try to get a video.
This is finally some order that's being.
Yeah, we have a video from California. We have a fight over looting somewhere in the LA metro region. People are running away. They were assuming those are police sirens.
People that were in these marches, and then we saw people breaking off for hours. We didn't know where anybody was going.
Yes, so we are getting a video from Eli Lopez. This is a verified account from the Washington Post.
Police vehicles there, so they were obviously loaded with people to respond to this wherever. But you're right. I mean, for this one entrance or the one entrance.
There's no Loud Labs tonight. You know, Loud Labs should really be in Boston because Boston's going through holy hell right now. That's the right term I like to say.
Leaving their cars abandoned so that they can go in and steal from Coffee Place. So now there's a logjam of vehicles trying to leave.
Yeah, I found out the DC situation from the New York Post.
In the city of Boston, it's 12:25 in the morning on Monday, June 1st. This is what's happening. Peter Eliopoulos has been on the street all night long. Peter?
Yeah, and it's things are definitely quieting down, but
I am looking at one of the pictures, and it's just very disturbing what the New York Post just shared. Maybe they did tweet out that article. I am not too sure at the moment. We'll take a look to see if the New York Post is sharing this information this late at night.
I'm not sure what's in there, but
yes, this is the picture that I just saw on the New York Post mobile app. As you can see here, the crowd did set a fire in downtown Washington, D.C. So, the situation in D.C. is calming down. Boston is looking like it's starting to calm down at the moment. So, I think with that, we're almost at 7 hours, so it's late. I'm going to try to monitor this before I go to bed, so let's just put my logo up. Okay, so just utter chaos tonight. If anything develops tomorrow, I will try to cover it. So, we're going to end it. This is Andy Pollack. This has been an Andy's Random This Special Report.